Chapter 1480. This time, Yi Xian did not dodge but went forward to face him head-on. The old tree was at 9th level Profound Life Realm and could fight a Profound Death Realm expert alone. His opponent was the old man. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was at 2nd level Profound Death Realm. With the powerful Profound Death Qi, the old tree could not do anything to him. However, the old man was just an ordinary Profound Death Realm expert. How could the old tree not win? Residual Flame. The old tree formed 2 residual flame clones on both sides of the old man. The residual flame skill had leveled up and could form 2 residual flame clones at once. Although it could only change one position, it was enough to confuse the enemy. The old man had seen the old tree's ability. He could only spread a wave of true energy in an attempt to destroy the residual flame clones. However, the old tree was one step ahead. Before the old man could make a move, he moved to the left and threw out a punch. Bang! The first level Profound Death Realm old man was hit and was sent flying. The old tree's flame injured the old man. At the same time, the old tree's arm was stained by the Profound Death Qi and it quickly spread. Humph! The old tree's eyes flashed and extinguished the Profound Death Qi. Compared to the young city lord of Tianfeng City, the old man's Profound Death Qi was too weak. Although the old tree did not have Profound Life Qi in his body, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Of course, the old man was the same. This attack was considered a loss for both sides. However, the old tree still had the upper hand because the immortal phoenix bloodline was free and the old man's Profound Life Qi had been slightly depleted. Again. The old tree's eyes flashed and he charged forward again. On the other side, Yi Xian, Luo Luo, and Wei Xintian were fighting against the other Profound Death Realm expert together. Young master, this place seems to be very close to Tianfeng City. If we continue fighting, their reinforcements will arrive. Luo Luo reminded him. I know, but it's fine even if the reinforcements are here. I can use my trump card now. Yi Xian replied. The trump card he was referring to was the surrender of Unicorn. Half a day ago, if his unicorn descent could be used, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, would have already died. So what if the reinforcements came? However, it was truly difficult for a Profound Life Realm expert to challenge a Profound Death Realm expert. The mysterious Death Qi was too difficult to deal with. If the old tree had helped them, they could have easily killed one of them. However, the old tree had gone to fight another person, so they couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man couldn't do anything to him either. If he couldn't kill them, then he would control them. Luo Luo, prepare the eyes of charm. Yi Xian said. Understood. Luo Luo nodded. Yi Xian had been using the eyes of soul since the beginning. However, as Luo Luo hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, her eyes of charm wouldn't have much effect if she didn't transform. At the same time, Yi Xian was also setting up a trap, which was the void positioning system. It would be best if he could kill them. Both parties were evenly matched, and time slowly passed. The few 9th level Profound Life Realm experts had released a signal before they died, and it was estimated that reinforcements from Tianfeng City would be arriving soon. After the battle lasted for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian's opponent suddenly stepped on the right spot, which meant that he fell into the trap. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he saw his opponent stepping on the right spot to attack. Hua! A void door opened. The middle-aged man's sword light swept past the void door and attacked his back. Pooh! The sword light sank into the middle-aged man's back. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man's heart was directly pierced. The Profound Life Qi could regenerate severed limbs and heal injuries, but it couldn't repair the heart and brain. The middle-aged man had trapped himself in a trap and killed himself. This was also out of Yi Xian's expectations. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to control the middle-aged man to work for him, but he didn't expect the middle-aged man to commit suicide. However, Yi Xian could only face it calmly. After all, there was still one more person, right? Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the universe ring and the corpse, and then charged toward the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw the situation and quickly retreated. However, with the old tree around, it was impossible for him to escape. Under everyone's attacks, the old man was seriously injured, and his profound life chi couldn't recover at all. However, he would rather die than submit, and didn't dare to be controlled by Yi Xian. Luoluo had no choice but to transform and use the eyes of charm to control him. The eyes of charm can be easily seen through. Luoluo, hand him over to me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the eyes of soul. The old man's soul opened, and the eyes of charm covered up the effect of Yi Xian's eyes of soul. He became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian could send a message to the person controlled by the eyes of soul, but the eyes of charm couldn't. Moreover, it was easy to see through the eyes of soul, so the eyes of soul was more useful. Let's leave first. After controlling him, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the area. Not long after, experts from the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion arrived, but they didn't find anyone. However, 9 of the life jade tokens in the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion had been shattered. Yi Xian left the battlefield and took the old man's universe ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things, so it seemed that he had to go to Tianfeng City to scavenge. When you return to Tianfeng City, say that you were seriously injured and couldn't fight them, then ran away. Yi Xian said to the old man. This old man's surname was Yin Minglu, and he was a family member of the Tianfeng City's City Lord Mansion. Moreover, the eyes of soul wouldn't be seen through by others, so there wouldn't be any problems if he returned. Then, Yin Minglu left. As for Yi Xian, he took a long detour and entered Tianfeng City with a disguise. Just as he entered Tianfeng City, a large group of people left, and the person leading them was the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian. This gave Yi Xian a fright. He guessed that this group of people was probably out to capture him. But who would have thought that he had already entered Tianfeng City with a disguise? Although I've changed my appearance, the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, might have remembered my aura. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile as he watched the group leave. Then, he prepared to go to those auction houses and families to make a fortune. Stop! But right at this time, that group of people suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's footsteps came to a halt, and when he turned around, he saw the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, looking in his direction. That pair of eagle-like eyes turned and finally landed on Yi Xian. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. Chapter 1481. What a familiar aura. It's him. After pondering for a moment, Yin Tianjian pointed out Yi Xian. Although one's appearance could change, one's aura and eyes would not. Therefore, he recognized Yi Xian. F***ck, I've been discovered. Yi Xian shuddered in fear. Yin Tianjian's ability was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also able to recognize him. What the hell? Dark Night Canopy. Retreat. It was broad daylight, but Yi Xian quickly used the Dark Night Canopy skill to allow his body to enter the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. It must be that brat's doing. Seal the city gates. No one is allowed to leave. Search. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, immediately commanded. At the same time, several profound Death Realm experts rushed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in the state of assassination. After hiding in the darkness, his movement speed increased by a lot. Coupled with the shadow step, he easily evaded these people and escaped without a trace. Tianfeng City was already in darkness. However, a bright light soon lit up the entire city. Tianfeng City had a great defensive array. Now, Yi Xian had nowhere to hide. That in Tianjian is some distance away from me. Watch how I raid your house. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he quickly rushed towards the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. In terms of wealth, who could compare to the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion? Although the City Lord Mansion was filled with experts, he had already disguised himself. Furthermore, the old tree, Luo, and Wei Zhentian were all in the planting space. Other than Yin Tianjian, no one would be able to recognize him. At the same time, Yin Tianjian would definitely not expect that Yi Xian would actually enter the tiger's den. This was simply courting death. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. The Celestial Peak City could be considered a tyrant in the Profound Life battlefield. Generally, Profound Death stage experts would choose to enter the Profound Life battlefield. However, the Celestial Peak City did not do so. Instead, they remained in the Profound Life battlefield and dominated. The City Lord Mansion was very big. Just the piece of land it occupied was comparable to that of other cities. However, due to the array formation that isolated Yi Xian's eye of perception, Yi Xian did not know how many experts were in the City Lord Mansion. However, he still had a spy. Yin Lu, come and get me. Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Yin Xian. Not long after, the old man who had been controlled earlier came out. Tianfeng City was originally a family clan. In the beginning, they focused on nurturing geniuses and controlled the population. However, as Tianfeng City was established and they began to dominate this region, they no longer restricted it. According to Yin Lu, there were quite a number of experts in the city governor's family. There were more than 2,000 experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm. At the same time, there were also dozens of Profound Death realm experts. The city governor, Yin Tianfeng, was already at the 3rd level of the Profound Death realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. He's already at the 3rd level of the Profound Death realm, but he still doesn't want to enter the Profound Death battlefield. Instead, he's dominating the Profound Life battlefield. He's really free and easy. Yi Xian disdained him in his heart, then followed Yin Lu in. This time, he was going to control the experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm and collect the spoils of war. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian began to control them one by one, then handed them over to Luo. Although the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm did not have many cultivation resources, if they were to be piled up, it would not be a small amount. Moreover, one should not forget that there was also something called battle credits. Not only did Yi Xian obtain the interspatial ring, but he also obtained many battle credits. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is at the 9th level of the Profound Life realm. Soon, Yi Xian heard a system notification. However, Wei Zhentian and the old tree could both break through the shackles and break through to the Profound Death realm. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had sneaked into the City Lord Mansion. I have obtained many battle credits. Yin Lu, go and exchange all of these battle credits for rare treasures or ores of the fire attribute. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows flickered, and he handed all of the battle credits to Yin Lu. Yes, master. Yin Lu nodded, then left with the battle credits. There was a forging hall in the City Lord Mansion. Yin Lu went straight to exchange all of the battle credits, then returned to his own mansion. After Yi Xian swallowed all of the rare treasures, he heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. Ding! Hui Ling has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. The 3 consecutive system notifications made Yi Xian's fighting spirit soar. Now, he was not afraid of the young city lord of Tianfeng City. After the breakthrough, although I don't have the profound death qi, I feel that the power of my flame has become stronger. Once it touches me, it won't be any weaker than the profound death qi. Old Tree could not help but say. Very good. Yi Xian nodded. He estimated that Old Tree could now fight the young city lord of Tianfeng City alone. He was now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, so there should not be much of a problem. However, he was not satisfied, so he continued to use his soul eye to control the young city lord. However, at this moment, the young city lord of Tianfeng City suddenly returned. He had returned to get reinforcements. Coincidentally, he went to look for Yin Lu after returning. He wanted Yin Lu to come with him, as Yin Lu had fought with Yi Xian before. At the same time, he wanted to get more people to search the entire city. And Yi Xian happened to be in Yin Lu's place. Oh no, why is Yin Tianjian here? Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eyes. When he saw the scarlet killed word, his expression changed drastically, but he quickly calmed down. Yin Tianjian was at the peak of the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm, so his strength was not to be underestimated. However, Old Tree was not weak either. So what if he was here? Since he was here, he should be prepared to die. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian in the planting space to get ready. When Yin Tianjian entered, they would immediately launch an attack. Yin Tianjian, who was originally looking for Yin Lu, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. However, when he remembered that he was in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion, he dispelled his doubts and approached Yin Lu's residence. 6th Uncle. Yin Tianjian shouted from outside the door. Clang! The door to the residence opened, and Yin Lu walked out. He pretended not to know anything and said, "What's the matter?" 6th Uncle, the kid who killed Reverend Lien has snuck into the city. I want you to come with me to find him, said Yin Tianjian. I'm afraid that's not possible, Yin Lu shook his head. Why? Yin Tianjian was very surprised. Just now, Yin Lu was almost killed by Yi Xian. Could it be that he did not want to avenge this grudge? Just as he was about to continue asking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, followed by the sound of a whistling wind. What? Chapter 1482. Old Tree was at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm, the same level as Yin Tianjian. The power of this attack was enough to break through Yin Tianjian's defense. Bang! Yin Tianjian's back was hit hard, and his whole body flew forward diagonally, colliding with Yin Lu's fist. Bang! Yin Tianjian's chest also suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Eye of Assassination. Sky-burning sword technique. After Old Tree, Yi Xian flashed behind Yin Tianjian and slashed down. Bang! The Qilin True Qi instantly broke through Yin Tianjian's weak defense, and a deep wound appeared on Yin Tianjian's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Yin Tianjian was the #1 genius of Tianfeng City. He took out a signal flare and ignited it. Swoosh! A ray of golden light shot up into the sky. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. He did not expect Yin Tianjian to react so quickly. He immediately took out a signal flare to inform the others. If he had known, he would have killed him in one blow. Humph, don't even think about it. Old Tree snorted as he sent out a flame to destroy the signal flare. Unfortunately, as long as this signal flare was damaged, it would directly explode. Bang! In the sky above the Castellan mansion, a distress signal of a Yin family disciple in danger appeared. Immediately, everyone reacted. Why would there be a distress signal in the Castellan mansion? Immediately, many experts nearby rushed over. I miscalculated. Kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. In fact, he originally wanted to control Yin Tianjian. However, since he failed, he could only use his backup plan. Transform. Eye of Enchantment. Luo Luo suddenly transformed into a nine-tailed golden fox and quickly formed an Eye of Enchantment. She was at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. After transforming, she would be at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. With the Eye of Enchantment, it should not be a problem for her to control Yin Tianjian, who was at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Yin Tianjian ate something called the Root of Death. His Profound Death Qi was extremely strong, but he was still at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian miscalculated again. Even Luoluo's Eye of Charm failed. However, this bought some time for Old Tree and Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian and Old Tree quickly rushed to Yin Tianjian's side and attacked together. Bang! Hiss! Yin Tianjian's head was chopped off, and his chest was pierced through. Even if he had 2 lives, he would still die. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he quickly put away Yin Tianjian's interspatial ring. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, the number 1 genius of Tianfeng City, definitely had a lot of things in his universe ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 1st tier of the Profound Death stage. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through, but Yi Xian was still at the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. This time, it was the same as when he had broken through from the Longevity stage to the Profound Life stage. He needed a large amount of Profound Death Qi. Coincidentally, there was a large amount of Profound Death Qi in the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 1st tier of the Profound Death stage. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the Profound Death stage. His strength had instantly increased by several times. There was also a new type of energy in his body, which was the Profound Death Qi. Now, his attack strength had increased by at least 5 times. Who could fight against him? Not good. The young city lord has been killed. Quick, inform the city lord. A Profound Death stage expert has infiltrated the city lord mansion. Yin Tianjian's death was witnessed by many people, and the city lord mansion was in an uproar. Yi Xian and the others were like turtles in a jar. To prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo in the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. He would leave the rest of the battle to them. As expected of one of the overlords of the Profound Life battlefield. The moment the signal flare was fired, more than 10 Profound Death stage experts jumped out. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. However, with his current cultivation level, he would not be afraid even if it was a 2nd-tier Profound Death stage expert. It was just a dozen Profound Death stage experts. What were they to him? He killed the young city lord. Kill. Immediately, the dozen or so Profound Death stage experts swooped down from the sky. Facing the siege of so many experts, Yi Xian did not panic and activated a skill. Slaughter Feast. In the next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. The first person to die was Yin Lu. He had committed suicide, which gave Yi Xian a 15% increase. Then, there was another notification. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill a profound death stage expert from the City Lord Mansion of Tianfeng City. The interval between each kill is 1 minute. Yi Xian was shocked. He had actually triggered another random mission. This was not bad. This random mission did not state how many profound death stage experts he had to kill, nor did it state the reward. This meant that the reward would change according to the number of kills and the level of the enemies killed. As for the interval between kills, it meant that after killing the first profound death stage expert, he had to kill the second profound death stage expert within 1 minute. Otherwise, the mission would be considered over. If he did not kill a profound death stage expert within 1 minute, the mission would be considered a failure and he would not receive any rewards. The Tianfeng city had built the Tianfeng prison, which was an inhumane thing to do. In addition to the actions of the guards in Yin Tianjian, it was reasonable for Yi Xian to kill Yin Tianjian. Now that Yin Tianjian was dead, these people would definitely not let Yi Xian go. Therefore, Yi Xian had found a reason to start a massacre. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian joined forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian to kill their way out. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows with more than 10 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian held the scarlet flame sword in his hand and displayed the burning sky sword technique that he had obtained from the shop. He began an endless massacre. The old tree was even more exaggerated. When he was surrounded by 5 people, he directly used the raging inferno barrier to absorb the damage and then exploded. Rumble. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The raging inferno barrier was like a sun that shone brightly. Some of the profound life stage experts in the city lord's mansion were directly blinded by the dazzling light. This move seriously injured the 5 people surrounding the old tree. Before they could use their profound life chi to heal themselves, the old tree quickly flashed behind them. Waning flame. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 people had fallen. Yi Xian's amplification was increased by another 30%. It was a pity that Wei Zhentian's blade storm was in cooldown. Otherwise, these people would have been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. However, this did not matter. This was because in the first exchange, Yi Xian had killed 2 people consecutively. Old Tree had also killed 2 people. In addition to Wei Zhentian's last strike and Yin Lu, who had committed suicide, there were 6 profound death stage experts. The 6 of them had nearly doubled Yi Xian's amplification. Chapter 1483. Brat, stop! A roar reverberated, followed by the arrival of 5 figures from the horizon. All 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. One of them was even at the peak of the 2nd level. Just in time. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he continued to kill the 1st level profound death realm warriors. Ding! Hui Ling has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Before the arrival of the 5 2nd-level profound death realm warriors, the dozen or so 1st-level profound death realm warriors had all died. Only Yi Xian and the other 2 were left in this area. At the same time, Yi Xian's feast of slaughter had also doubled. With such a murderous god appearing in the City Lord Mansion, more and more experts had arrived. Even the 3rd-level profound death realm City Lord had noticed him. Therefore, Yi Xian had to deal with the 5 people in front of him first. It would be dangerous if he was surrounded. Kill! Yi Xian immediately charged forward. Wei Zhentian and the old tree, who had already broken through to the 2nd level of the profound death realm, did the same. In a one-on-one situation, they were not weaker than any second-level Profound Death Realm warrior. Among them, the old tree could even fight the peak second-level Profound Death Realm warrior alone. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation was constantly increasing. With the addition of the Feast of Slaughter, Yi Xian could even fight a third-level Profound Death Realm warrior. While Yi Xian was fighting with the 5 second-level Profound Death Realm warriors, a few huge figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were 2 third-level Profound Death Realm two-headed blazing hounds. They were also the parents of the blazing hound that Yi Xian had killed. The Tianfeng City Lord had also arrived. There were a total of 3 third-level Profound Death Realm warriors. The Tianfeng City Lord had moved out without understanding the situation. He could not understand where Yi Xian had come from to kill so many Profound Death Realm warriors consecutively. Even 2 second-level Profound Death Realm warriors had already died. Could it be that today was Tianfeng City's calamity? Actually, Tianfeng City wasn't established by the Tianfeng City Lord. It was just a name change. However, Sky Peak City Lord had spent quite a bit of effort for this city. No matter what, they could not be destroyed in his hands. 2 blazing two-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the Profound Death Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Today, perhaps he could increase his killing intent value to the upper limit once more. Thinking of this, his attacks also became fiercer. He was burning his lifespan, and it was 100 years at a time. Those at the 9th level of the Immortal Realm would have a lifespan of 3,000 years. After breaking through to the Profound Life Realm, each lifespan would increase by 500 years. It was the same for those at the Profound Death Realm. Yi Xian's current lifespan was a full 5,000 years. What was 100 years to burn at once? Killing Intent Explosion. Burning Heaven Sword Art. As Yi Xian's sword descended, flaming sword qi tore through the air and killed a second-tier Profound Death Stage expert. At this moment, 3 of the 5 second-tier Profound Death Stage experts had already died. Only 2 were left. Yi Xian's amplification had also increased to 2.5 times. Accept Unicorn's punishment. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered as he left the remaining 2 behind. The requirement of this random mission was to kill as many Profound Death Stage experts as possible. The higher the realm, the better. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use a trump card this time. Unicorn Descend. The 2 blazing two-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord were charging towards him from the same direction. It was just nice that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Unicorn Descend. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used his trump card. Immediately, a flaming hoof appeared above the heads of the 2 blazing two-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord. Before they could react, the flaming hoof came crashing down. Bang! One of the blazing two-headed hounds was trampled by the huge flaming hoof. This move was extremely powerful because Yi Xian had a skill called Unicorn's Deterrence that doubled his attack power. In addition to Yi Xian's amplification, this move was enough to kill the blazing two-headed hound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang as Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the amplification had also increased to 3 times. One more time. Unicorn Descend. After the first flaming hoof disappeared, another flaming hoof appeared and stomped on the other blazing two-headed hound. Huff huff huff. The effect of Incinerate the World also burned the blazing two-headed hound to ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. One had to admit that the power of Unicorn's Descend was too strong. It actually burned the blazing two-headed hound to death. After all, the blazing two-headed hound was a heaven-connecting beast with the fire attribute. Furthermore, it was at the 3rd tier of the Profound Death Realm and had the protection of the Profound Death Chi. Of course, this was all thanks to the 3 times amplification of slaughtering feast and unicorns' deterrence. Otherwise, 2 unicorns' descent might not be enough to kill a blazing 2-headed hound. When the Tianfeng city lord saw the blazing 2-headed hounds that had protected the Yin family for thousands of years fall, he immediately went crazy. "I'm going to kill you." The Tianfeng city lord was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Yi Xian. Death hunt order. Eye of assassination. With 3 times amplification, Yi Xian appeared behind the Tianfeng city lord in a flash. 100 years lifespan. Killing intent explosion. Sky incinerating sword technique. An extremely sharp flaming sword chi entered the back of the city lord of Tianfeng city, instantly burning all the organs in his body to ashes. The Tianfeng city lord, who was at the 3rd level of the profound death stage, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. This scene had already shocked the surrounding people to the point that they were speechless. The Tianfeng city was one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield. Now, the strongest city lord was actually instantly killed. In that case, who could stop Yi Xian? Even the city lord is dead. Let's see what you can do. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already decided to kill all the profound death stage experts in the city lord mansion. However, just as he was about to make another move, "Have mercy!" a shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a powerful and explosive aura appeared out of nowhere. So strong. When Yi Xian felt this aura, his body trembled violently. This aura was much stronger than the Tianfeng city lord. It was at least an expert at the 5th level of the profound death stage. Or even higher. Why would such an expert appear here? Shouldn't he be in the profound death battlefield? Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. When he turned his head to look, he saw a white-robed man standing in the air. What made Yi Xian stunned was that this white-robed man actually had 9 snow-white fox tails behind him. A member of the fox tribe. Chapter 1484. The battle had only lasted for a short while, but the Yin clan had already lost over 20 profound death realm experts, including 2 flaming twin-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. Even the city lord of Tianfeng city had fallen. Although Yi Xian was strong, he shouldn't be stronger than the envoy in front of him, right? Shut up. Just as Yi Xian was about to break through the void and leave, the white-robed man suddenly bellowed, shocking the surrounding people. "Your Excellency, please show mercy." The white-robed man glanced at the old tree and Wei Xintian before cupping his fists at Yi Xian. This action also shocked Yi Xian and the others. What was going on? He was at least an expert at the 5th level of the profound death realm. Why was he bowing so respectfully? "Who are you?" Yi Xian subconsciously asked. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart. If the white-robed man had attacked just now, what were his chances of escaping? He probably wouldn't even have half a chance, right? "I am the 100 Fox Manors Patrol Envoy, Bai Yang." "Greetings, my lord." The white-robed man replied. 100 Fox Manor. When these 4 words entered Yi Xian and the others' ears, they were also shocked. They immediately understood the reason. The 100 Fox Manor was the overlord of the western region of the land of reincarnation. The manor lord was the reincarnation fox, the woman who helped Luo Luo reincarnate that day. Before Yi Xian could speak, the white-robed man continued, "Tianfeng City is an important location in the profound life battlefield of our phalanx camp. If all the experts fall, I'm afraid the other 2 camps will invade our territory." "I see." Yi Xian immediately understood. If one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield was destroyed, the territory would be destroyed. The forces under the Reincarnation City Lord and Reincarnation Supremacy's territories would come over. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would forget about it. He was giving face to the reincarnation fox. Seeing Yi Xian put away his weapon, the white-robed man also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." The group of Yin clan members were shocked. This white-robed man was their hope for revenge. Why was he so respectful to Yi Xian now? What was going on? "Sir Special Envoy, you want to..." A simple-minded Yin clan expert suddenly took a step forward, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the white-robed man for the second time. "Shut up. Otherwise, the Yin clan will cease to exist after today." The white-robed man rebuked angrily. Once this was said, all the members of the Yin clan shrunk their necks. It was very obvious that that person had angered this special envoy. If he didn't get it straight, the Yin clan would really be annihilated. "The 100 Fox Manor will compensate you for today's losses. As for the dead city lord, you can choose another one." The white-robed man said, before continuing, "My lord, with your current strength, there's no one who can match you in the Xian life battlefield. Therefore, you can enter the Xian death battlefield. Or go to the territories of the other two camps." The Profound Life battlefield was a battlefield for those at the Profound Life stage. However, there were still some Profound Death stage experts dominating the battlefield. However, there was a rule that stated that those above the third level of the Profound Death stage were not allowed to fight here. Otherwise, an almighty expert would descend and obliterate them. Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to gain much by staying here. However, he could enter the Xian death battlefield. "Alright, where's the entrance?" Yi Xian nodded and said. "North of Tianfeng City, there's an entrance to the Xian death battlefield. However, you'll have to go through a small test." The white-robed man replied. "Got it." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he brought the old tree and Wei Zhentian with him and left through the air. This method left the white-robed man dumbfounded. However, when he thought about how Yi Xian and the others were guests of the Manor Master, he calmed down. In fact, he didn't expect to meet Yi Xian here. After leaving Tianfeng City, Yi Xian directly returned to the entrance of Tianfeng Prison. While the enhancement was still there, he immediately launched an attack and broke the array. Then, he left once again. A minute had passed since the death of the Tianfeng City Lord. A minute later. Ding! The host has completed the random mission. You can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1. Reward 2, Undying Doppelgangers Level Up 1. Reward 3, 1 chance to draw a lottery. These 3 rewards were pretty good. However, what made Yi Xian feel regretful was that this time was out of his expectations. If the white-robed man hadn't appeared, all the Xian death stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion would have died at his hands. Then, the rewards of this random mission would have increased. Lottery. I don't know what I'll get. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and chose the first and second reward. Ding! Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1. Ding! Undying Doppelgangers Level Up 1. Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1 could increase the power of incineration of the heavens, its fire attack, and its resistance. It was a pretty good reward. As for the Undying Doppelganger, it directly increased Yi Xian's battle power by 10%, reaching 70%. If it leveled up 2 more times, he could condense another doppelganger. However, Yi Xian was currently lacking devouring points. He was still waiting to merge 2 battle-type bloodlines. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his devouring points on this. After the previous battle, Yi Xian could have broken through to the second tier of the Xian death stage. However, he hadn't done so because he wanted to increase his killing intent to the upper limit and exchange it for devouring points. If he succeeded this time, he would have 3 devouring points. Young master, are we going to the Xian death battlefield now? Luo asked in the planting space. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was already heading towards the north. However, he encountered a problem along the way. There's an expert here. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a figure rapidly moving towards him. The expert was probably at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. In the Xian life battlefield, experts at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage were not allowed to take action. Those who disobeyed would be killed. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the expert at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage was actually from the enemy camp. The red light between his eyebrows indicated that he was from the Reincarnation Sovereign's camp. Why would a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert from the enemy camp come here? TSK, what bad luck. It's just a 1st tier of the Xian death stage brat. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert was a bald muscular man. When he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but spit on the ground. Robbery. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. Cut the crap. Hand over your Qian Kuan ring and I'll spare your life. The bald muscular man shouted. If it was before, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. However, he had accidentally broken through to the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. Due to the rules here, he didn't do anything. I remember that if a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert were to take action in the Xian life battlefield, they would be killed, right? Yi Xian said with a frown. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage was 3 realms higher than him. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1485. Are you saying that you won't give it to me? Killing intent shot out from the bald man's eyes. So what if I don't give it to you? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see if this bald man had the guts to attack. He also wanted to see how capable this profound life battlefield was to be able to kill a 4th tier profound death realm expert. Or was it just an alarmist? Humph, you're the first one to resist all the robberies I've robbed along the way. Fine, I'd like to see what will happen when I attack. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian. The vital energy fist, which contained a powerful profound death chi, flew directly at Yi Xian. Facing a 1st tier profound death realm brat, the bald man did not need to use any special ability. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat him. However, before Yi Xian could attack, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. Then, the true energy fist disappeared into thin air, dissipating between heaven and earth. What's going on? Yi Xian and the bald man were shocked. They did not understand what had happened. Yi Xian did not attack at all. Why did the attack disappear on its own? At this moment, the bald man glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly raised his head. He discovered that a huge eye was staring at him. Yi Xian followed his gaze and discovered the huge eye. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian immediately recognized the pattern on the huge eye. It was the same pattern as the eyes of all things he had obtained previously. However, this eye of all things was terrifyingly huge. Ugh! The burly man in front of Yi Xian, who was at the 4th level of the profound death realm, suddenly let out a strange sound. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the burly man's neck was wrapped around by the power of Wanxiang. Crack! With a crisp sound, the brute's head was directly plucked off by the power of all things. His head was separated from his body. When Yi Xian saw this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of 10,000 forms had killed a 4th level profound death stage brawny man. Could it be that this enormous eye of 10,000 forms was the manager of this profound life battlefield? Once someone violated it, it would kill them. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the huge eye of nature had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the headless corpse, Yi Xian would have thought that he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-tier profound death realm expert had fallen. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds before he went over to collect the corpse and the universe ring. Could this be a pie falling from the sky? Benefits. There were quite a lot of things in this interspatial ring, but it was not enough for Yi Xian and the others to break through. After all, they had all been used up by the brawny man. Earlier, Luo said that there were numerous mysterious and formidable eyes in this world. For example, the Eye of Myriad, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Samsara, and so on and so forth. So long as one cultivates it to a certain extent, one would be able to traverse space and utilize it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He suddenly recalled the Eye of Death that had almost killed him. In the future, if he found out who the owner of the Eye of Death was, he would definitely kill him. After all, he had almost been killed by the Eye of Death. If the mini sky dragon had not saved him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After experiencing this welfare interlude, Yi Xian continued on his way. The entrance to the profound death battlefield was to the north of Tianfeng City. Relying on the speed of the shadow steps, Yi Xian spent a total of 2 days before arriving at the teleportation palace of the profound death battlefield. This teleportation palace was extremely desolate and there was only one teleporter present. This teleportation was different from the previous ones as one had to pass a test. The teleporter discovered Yi Xian and asked, "Kid, you want to go to the profound death battlefield?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "Good. If you want to be teleported to the profound death battlefield, there is a condition. You have to receive a punch from me. If you succeed, you will be teleported free of charge," said the teleporter. He was an expert at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. His punch was not something an ordinary person could receive. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he had even killed the Tianfeng city lord. "Come." Yi Xian took out the scarlet flame sword. The teleporter did not waste any words and directly threw out a punch. This punch was enough to send an expert at the 2nd level of the profound death realm flying. However, Yi Xian effortlessly threw out a sword and defeated this punch. Rumble. The two true chis collided, creating waves of air. He received a punch. "You do have some strength. Good, go in." The teleporter nodded in satisfaction. Only those who could receive a punch from him had the qualifications to enter the profound death battlefield. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The profound death battlefield was even more cruel than the profound life battlefield. The daily slaughter was almost 3 times that of the profound life battlefield. Yi Xian entered the teleportation array and the teleporter began to teleport. Very soon, Yi Xian's vision changed and he was teleported to the profound death battlefield in a few seconds. The teleportation array landed on a mountain peak. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it was about to rain. Just as Yi Xian landed on the ground, he smelled an unpleasant smell. The air in the profound death battlefield is filled with profound death chi. Cultivating here will be twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rely on cultivation to break through. Therefore, whether the profound death chi was abundant or not had nothing to do with him. Luo, how long do you need to break through?" Yi Xian asked. "Half a day." Luo replied. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion. In half a day, she would be able to break through to the profound death realm. Compared to Yi Xian, this speed was slow. However, to others, it was simply godly speed. After all, she had only broken through to the profound life realm for 2 to 3 months. Some people might not be able to break through even once in 100 or 1,000 years. However, Luo was able to step into the profound death realm from the immortality realm in 2 to 3 months. This was enough to show how strong the bloodline in her body was. Of course, the life and death plate's base also played a part in this. The base of the life and death plate was helping Luo Luo refine the profound life chi. The profound death chi in the profound death battlefield is abundant. The profound life chi is suppressed by at least 50%. However, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline in my body. Coupled with the profound life chi, my injuries can be healed in an instant. Yi Xian thought to himself. He surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leave. However, just as he rose into the air, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon. This was a dragon's roar. A Tong Tian beast from the profound death battlefield. Let's see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed over. Previously, he had used his trump card, Unicorn's Descent, to deal with the two flaming twin-headed hounds at the third level of the profound death realm. Now that Unicorn's Descent was on cooldown, he had to find some Tong Tian beast corpses to recover. When Yi Xian rushed over, he saw a green heavenly dragon fighting with a huge black bear. At this moment, the battle had just ended. The green heavenly dragon crushed the black bear's head with its claws and began to feast. Chapter 1486. Yi Xian estimated that the azure dragon was at the third tier of the profound death realm, while the black bear was at the second tier of the profound death realm. It was normal for a third tier of the profound death realm to kill a second tier of the profound death realm. In order for a Tong Tian beast to grow, it had to eat continuously and absorb the energy in its prey. Yi Xian was in need of corpses, so he took out the scarlet flame sword. Kill! With a low roar, 3 figures dashed out. The azure dragon noticed Yi Xian and the other two. After letting out a roar, it stopped eating and pounced towards Yi Xian and the other two. Wei Zhentian loved to transform into a sky dragon the most. With a shake of his body, he transformed into another green sky dragon. However, his green sky dragon was not as handsome as the azure dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the other two exchanged blows with the azure dragon. Killing intent explosion. Sky scorching sword art. Residual flame. In the first exchange, Yi Xian and the other two made the azure dragon turn red. The 3 of them dealt a great deal of damage to the azure dragon. Although Yi Xian was only at the first tier of the profound death realm, he had the unicorn deterrence, which doubled the damage to the azure dragon. Although the azure dragon was strong, it could not withstand such a beating. Wei Zhentian's claws pierced into the azure dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon was on the verge of death, and Yi Xian harvested it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, causing his killing intent to soar. My killing intent has almost reached half. Just a little more and I will reach the upper limit. Then I will exchange it for devouring points. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew over to put away the azure dragon's corpse. He gave the corpse to the old tree and kept the beast's soul. He would wait until his killing intent reached the upper limit before exchanging it for devouring points. If he devoured it now, he would have a breakthrough. Alright, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's travel together. After the death of the azure dragon, Yi Xian gave the other two instructions before heading off in 3 different directions. When he entered the Xian death battlefield, his battle merits were reset to 0. Since he had already used up all his battle merits in the Xian life battlefield, it was fine even if they were reset to 0. The first step of Yi Xian's plan was to find a map of the profound death battlefield. Very soon, Luo Luo let out a joyous laugh within the planting space. After a period of cultivation, she had finally broken through to the profound death stage. Young master, 2 of my tails have turned into gold again. Luo Luo said in shock. Previously, she already had 3 golden tails. Now that she had 2 more, she had a total of 5. there were still 4 tails that had yet to turn golden. Yi Xian was also guessing in his heart. When Luoluo's 9 tails turned into gold, would the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body be fully activated? However, right at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent him a message. He had encountered a powerful heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after him. How rare! Wei Zhentian is actually being chased. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Without asking further, he broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after Wei Zhentian was actually another azure dragon. However, this azure dragon was several times larger than the azure dragon that they had killed before. 5th level profound death stage. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wei Zhentian had really gotten himself into big trouble. This azure dragon was at least at the 5th level profound death stage. It was not something that he could deal with at the moment. Roar! When the azure dragon saw Yi Xian, it could not help but roar towards the sky. What? It was the blood on your body that attracted it. When Yi Xian heard Wei Zhentian's words, he was stunned. He recalled that half a day ago, Wei Zhentian was indeed stained with the azure dragon's blood. That was why the azure dragon was chasing after Wei Zhentian. So that was the reason. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he had to deal with this problem first. If Yi Xian wanted to leave, he could just break through the void and leave. However, this was a 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beast. If he killed it, he would gain a large amount of killing intent. Moreover, if he gave it to the old tree to refine, he would at least be able to break through to the 3rd level profound death stage. Leave? Of course not. Just as Yi Xian was about to make his move, a ray of fiery light suddenly swept across the sky. Beep! Yi Xian turned around and focused his gaze. He discovered that it was a flaming eagle. It's the flaming crimson rock. Yi Xian recognized it. The flaming crimson rock was probably at the 5th level profound death stage. If it was here to help the azure dragon, Yi Xian would have to run away. However, if it was not, normally, heaven-connecting beasts had their own territories. The azure dragon's roar was heard by the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, the flaming crimson rock rushed over because this was its territory. Roar! When the azure dragon saw the flaming crimson rock, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Beep! The flaming crimson rock was not to be outdone. The flames on its body flickered wildly and an extremely strong flame met the dragon breath. Rumble! When the 2 different flames collided, the shockwave spread and even Yi Xian was affected. Fortunately, he had a high resistance to fire. Otherwise, he would have been burned. Good. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts are fighting. Not bad, not bad. We can reap the benefits. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. The azure dragon and the flaming crimson rock were mortal enemies. Now that the azure dragon had invaded the flaming crimson rock's territory, the 2 naturally started fighting. Wang! Wei Zhentian suddenly trembled. Don't go. Once you run, the azure dragon will definitely continue to chase you. I want both sides to suffer. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he entered the Xian death battlefield. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could increase his killing intent by a lot. As long as he killed them, even if he did not reach the upper limit, it would be close. Moreover, devouring the corpses of the 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could be used to recover the cooldown of the unicorn's descent. The old tree could also be used for a breakthrough. Yi Xian would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. The battle between the 2 heaven-connecting beasts was exceptionally intense. If Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. As their strength was similar, both sides were injured. As time passed, their auras started to weaken. Their strength was probably less than 70% of their peak strength. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. The Azure Dragon's hatred for the flaming crimson rock was very high. A few of its children had died at the hands of the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, it was prepared to perish together with the Azure Dragon in this battle. Soon, the Azure Dragon and the flaming crimson rock's profound life chi were exhausted. Next, it was a battle of life and death. Chapter 1487. Roar. Beep. The battle became more and more intense. Yi Xian wanted to intervene, but he was still looking for an opportunity. In the end, the Azure Dragon bit the Crimson Rock's body. The Crimson Rock flapped its wings and cut the Azure Dragon's body in half. Both sides were injured. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to strike. Wei Jintian, Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately gave the order to Wei Jintian. At the same time, he and the old tree charged forward. Wei Jintian had been hit by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. However, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's recovery speed and fire resistance, he managed to survive. Now, it was time for revenge. Thousands of blood swords swept down and drilled into the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in pain, but there was nothing it could do. On the other side, the old tree flashed behind the Crimson Rock and punched at the wound caused by the Azure Dragon. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Crimson Rock's fur was burnt away. The wound expanded and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian raised his sword and slashed down. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, half of the Crimson Rock's wing was sliced off. Beep! The Crimson Rock let out a miserable shriek. The flames on its body trembled, and a flaming bird pounced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fast enough to dodge it. Yi Xian was very bold to attack two heaven-connecting beasts at level 5 Profound Death Realm at the same time. However, he had no choice. After all, he saw someone coming from afar. He had to deal with it quickly. Fortunately, he asked Wei Jintian to use Blade Storm. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification suddenly rang out. The Azure Dragon let out a roar and fell limply to the ground. It was dead. Then, the blood swords flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth and attacked the Crimson Rock. The power of over 1,000 blood swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The Blood Flame Rock was unwilling to give up. It launched another flame assault. However, Wei Jintian's flame resistance was not low either. He took it head-on. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as all of the blood swords sank into the Blood Flame Rock's body. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. However, it was still not enough. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He put away the two corpses and looked ahead. Coincidentally, 3 figures landed and entered Yi Xian's line of sight. The 3 figures were all humans. However, the one leading the group seemed to be at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while the other 2 behind him were at the 3rd level of the Profound Death stage. Because his killing intent value had not reached the upper limit, Yi Xian did not choose to break through. Otherwise, he would have killed these people as easily as killing chickens. Kid, did you collect those 2 corpses? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and asked Yi Xian. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied. He guessed that the 3 of them were attracted by the sounds of the battle between the Azure Dragon and the Blood Flame Rock. They also happened to see the two 5th level profound death stage heaven reaching beasts injuring each other. The corpses of two 5th level profound death stage heaven reaching beasts were extremely precious. How could they not come? Since that is the case, hand them over and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man had an arrogant expression as he spoke to Yi Xian in a commanding tone. As expected. After Yi Xian heard the middle-aged man, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "It is right and proper to kill others for their treasures. However, if you dare to steal from me, Yi Xian, then you should be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood swords in the air swept out. If it wasn't for the sword storm, this battle would have taken some time. However, with the sword storm, the three of them were like chickens and pottery dogs. Residual flame. The old tree also attacked directly. In an instant, he appeared behind a 3rd level profound death stage expert. Bang! Before the other party could react, the old tree had already thrown a punch. The punch landed directly on the other party's head. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere before they were incinerated. Instant kill. When the three of them saw that Yi Xian was only a 1st level profound death stage expert and that the old tree did not look very powerful, they did not take them seriously. Now, they had paid a heavy price. What? The leading middle-aged man and the other person were shocked. How did the head of a person who was still alive and well a moment ago suddenly explode? At this moment, the blood swords had already swept over. They hurriedly retaliated. Although many of the blood swords were knocked away, with the immortal phoenix bloodline, the blood swords were immediately repaired and attacked again. Their expressions changed drastically. They finally understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. They quickly turned around and left. However, they were already surrounded by the blood swords. How could they escape? Stop! I don't want the corpses. We will leave now. Immediately, the leading middle-aged man screamed in agony. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public toilet? Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword aura pierced through the air. The blood swords along the way avoided it and hit the other person. Rip! The other 3rd level profound death stage expert's head was directly chopped off. No, spare my life. The leading middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was pierced by the blood swords and he died on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Yi Xian replied directly in his mind. Ding! Killing intent successfully exchanged. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at it and realized that he already had 3 devour points. Since the killing intent had reached the upper limit and had been exchanged for devour points, Yi Xian could break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 2nd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 4th level profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian's team's strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if they were to encounter the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock at the same time, they would be able to fight and kill them. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly found a secret scroll in the leading man's Qian Kuan ring. Even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see through this secret scroll. He did not know what it was. Soul Eye, search his soul. At that moment, Yi Xian searched the soul of the man in the lead and finally found out about the secret scroll. This secret scroll was actually a treasure map. There were a total of 4 pieces. The leading man heard that the city master of Tianluo City was paying a high price to buy this secret scroll. So, he wanted to get rid of this secret scroll. Halfway through, he encountered the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock and thought that he had gotten a good deal. Unexpectedly, he was buried here. Chapter 1488. The value of this secret scroll is actually so high. Yi Xian was shocked. From the memories of the leader, he knew that this secret scroll was worth 100,000 battle merits. Moreover, it was 100,000 battle merits from the profound death battlefield. With this, the leader could break through to the 6th level of the profound death realm. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Looks like I can make a trip to Tianluo City. As long as I obtain this, I can at least reach the 3rd level of the profound death realm, or even the 4th level. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and headed towards the northwest. This was the direction of Tianluo City. A day later, he arrived at Tianluo City. Tianluo City was considered to be in a good position in the profound death battlefield. It was quite strong, and there were many profound death realm experts on the streets. However, the experienced Yi Xian would not take the secret scroll to the Tianluo City Lord Mansion. What if the other party coveted it? However, after asking around, he dispelled his doubts. There was an auction house in Tianluo City set up by the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could go there to trade. Yi Xian asked a passerby about the location of the auction house. After a while, he arrived at the auction house. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter came up to greet them. "Call your boss or supervisor," Yi Xian said directly. Hearing this, the auction house attendant's eyes lit up. Usually, this kind of situation meant that there was a big order. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant led Yi Xian into a private room before leaving. After a while, he returned with an old man. When Yi Xian felt this aura, he was shocked. This old man was actually at the 6th level of the profound death realm. "Sir, do you need?" Before the old man could finish speaking, his body trembled violently as he said in shock, "Greetings, my lord." Indeed, Yi Xian's guess was right. The reincarnation fox had already spread the news about him. There were probably many people who knew him. "You know me?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and asked. "The villa master has ordered us to fully support you, sir. However, we cannot directly give you cultivation resources." The old man replied. The portraits of Yi Xian and the others had spread to all the properties under the 100 Fox Villa. Of course, only the higher-ups of the properties knew about them. "I don't want to take things for free. Here is a secret scroll. Help me." Without another word, Yi Xian took out the secret scroll. In the land of reincarnation, who would dare to touch the guests of reincarnation fox? When the old man saw the scroll, he was shocked and said, "It's actually the blueprint of the mystic moon tomb." "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is currently purchasing this secret scroll. Previously, there were already 3 scrolls. Now, this is the 4th scroll. The complete set." The old man said excitedly, "Only by gathering all 4 blueprints can you enter the mystic moon tomb and solve the first trap without being injured." "What's in the mystic moon tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's said to be the tomb of a samsara realm expert. The tomb is open, but there are many traps. If you don't know how to solve the traps, you'll die if you enter," the old man replied. "Oh, then help me first." Yi Xian didn't care so much. The old man paused and replied, "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is buying the last scroll for 100,000 battle credits. How about this? I'll buy it for 150,000. Although the villa master of 100 Fox Villa had ordered not to directly help Yi Xian, he really did need this secret scroll. He just raised the price a little. Using 50,000 battle credits in exchange for Yi Xian's favor was definitely worth it. Alright, just exchange all the battle credits for ores and fire attribute treasures. Yi Xian nodded. Alright, I'll do it now. The old man was swift and decisive, leaving as soon as he said so. Although he didn't know what Yi Xian wanted these for, he didn't ask and just went to prepare them. Very soon, he returned. My lord, please check. The old man respectfully handed a Qian Kun ring to Yi Xian. The old man was already very polite to Yi Xian by saying that the price was too high. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't calculate and directly swallowed the ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is 5th tier of Profound Death Realm. As Old Tree had refined a few heaven-reaching beast corpses, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than Wei Zhentian. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was about to break through to 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Since the Mystic Moon Tomb is open, doesn't that mean that someone will follow you in now that you've obtained the solution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The owner of the Mystic Moon Tomb was suspected to be a Samsara realm expert. Naturally, he was interested. Yes. The 4 secret scrolls are now in the hands of me, the City Lord of Heaven Luo City, the Palace Master of Earth Demon Prefecture, and a mysterious expert. They have already discussed and agreed that whoever has the secret scrolls will get an equal share of the treasures. The old man nodded. Then you should discuss when to enter. Yi Xian nodded. The old man had just obtained the last secret scroll and the other 3 forces didn't know about it. Therefore, they still needed to discuss. My lord, if you're interested, you can join our team when the time comes. The old man said respectfully. Let's see when the time comes. Yi Xian didn't want to think about it for the time being. He decided to take a look at the Mystic Moon Tomb first before deciding whether to act alone or join the team. Alright. My lord, please do as you wish. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left the auction house. As for Yi Xian, he directly left as well, leaving only Wei Zhentian to guard this place. If the old man returned, he would immediately report it to Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian and the old tree, they left Heaven Luo City and headed to a dangerous place to kill Tong Tian beasts. Firstly, they could level up. Secondly, they could restore the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. The 4 parties in the Mystic Moon Tomb discussed for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xian killed countless Tong Tian beasts and raised his cultivation to the 4th tier of the Profound Death Realm. He gave the rest to the auction house to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 5th tier of the Profound Death Realm. My lord, the time has been set. It will be tomorrow. The owner of the auction house said to Yi Xian. How are the strength of the other 3 forces? Yi Xian asked. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Although they were working together, they still needed to understand the other 3 forces so that it would be easier for them to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 1489. As for the auction house, Yi Xian understood that it was similar to the Earth Demon residence. However, he didn't understand why the Fox of Reincarnation didn't send someone to bring Luo Luo to the 100 Fox Manor. What would happen if Luo Luo was left to wander outside? Yi Xian didn't know the reason. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation had already sent a super expert to protect Luo Luo in secret, or maybe it was to let Luo Luo experience and grow by herself. However, Yi Xian had a strange premonition about this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb. He felt that he would have a great adventure this time. This Mystic Moon Tomb was very important to him. Alright, I'll go with your team tomorrow to take a look. Yi Xian nodded and said. Yes, my lord. The auction house owner nodded and left immediately. Taking advantage of this day, Yi Xian continued to kill monsters to level up. Now that Song Suijing and Judge Song had been rescued, he didn't have to rush for time. If it was before, he would definitely use his soul eye to control the auction house or other forces and plunder them. However, it was boring to use it too much, so it was better to kill monsters himself. Of course, it depended on his mood. One day later, he returned on time. "Greetings, my lord." Seeing Yi Xian return, the auction house owner, Song Qingxing, respectfully said. There were already many experts beside him. At the same time, there was also an expert from the Fox clan whose aura was stronger than Song Qingxing's. 7th Profound Death Realm Expert. "Greetings, my lord." The expert from the Fox clan also cupped his fists towards Yi Xian with a respectful expression. "You're from the 100 Fox Manor." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "I'm Bai Ming, the 46th generation disciple of the Bai clan of the 100 Fox Manor." The expert from the Fox clan replied respectfully. Yi Xian didn't know how old the Bai clan's generation was, but looking at the expert from the Fox clan, he didn't look old. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Ming continued, "I'm in charge of this area, and I happen to be nearby, so I want to enter the Mystic Moon Tomb to take a look." Yi Xian faintly nodded his head. Bai Ming was an expert at the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. With him leading them, they would be much safer. Furthermore, they would not be any weaker than the others. After the auction house finished gathering, they met up with the other 3 forces outside the city. When Yi Xian left the city with the group, he found that there were already many people waiting outside. Most of them were unaffiliated players who had heard the news and were preparing to go to the Mystic Moon Tomb together. The Mystic Moon Tomb was open, and anyone could enter. The secret scroll of the 4 sects was only the first level of deciphering. There might be other dangers after entering, so he needed some cannon fodder. At this moment, the other 3 forces had already gathered in another area outside the city. "City Lord, Manor Lord, our people are here," Song Qingxing said to the 2 of them. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City looked like a middle-aged man, and so did the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. As for the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll, he wore a bamboo hat and was hidden under a black robe. He hid his aura very well, and no one dared to approach him. "This is, the City Lord of Heaven." Luo City glanced at Bai Ming in surprise. Bai Ming was from the Fox clan. In the land of reincarnation, almost all of the Fox clan at the Profound Death stage were related to the 100 Fox clan. This wasn't a good sign. Bai Ming is in charge of the auction house in the 3 surrounding cities. Bai Ming answered directly. "Seems like he's the manager of the 100 Fox clan." The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor frowned. For this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb, they had already reached an agreement with the City Lord of Heaven Luo City. When the time came, they would work together to get rid of the auction house and the others. However, now that someone from the 100 Fox clan had appeared, it was going to be a little difficult. If they were going to do it, they would have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, they would offend the 100 Fox clan. The 100 Fox clan was one of the 3 overlords in the land of reincarnation. Even if Heaven Luo City's strength was increased by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, they would definitely not be a match for the 100 Fox clan. In fact, they might not even be a match for any of the Fox clan's branches in the 100 Fox clan. It seemed like the agreement between the 2 parties was going to become a 3-party agreement. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City and the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor were thinking that even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they couldn't go against the auction house. "If that's the case, let's go." The City Lord of Heaven Luo City did not waste any time and led the team to hurry on their way. The other forces quickly followed. The 4 secret scrolls had appeared, but they had yet to be deciphered. They decided to wait until they reached the Mystic Moon Tomb. Yi Xian mixed in with the auction house's team and scanned with his eye of revelation. he discovered that he could not see through the mysterious expert who had the third secret scroll. It seemed like he was at least at the seventh profound death stage. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he was strong. At this moment, Bai Ming suddenly moved to Yi Xian's side and asked, "My lord, may I know where the other lords are?" Although Bai Ming did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian caught a word. "Lords. They will appear when we need their help." Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. Bai Ming did not probe further. He had almost spilled the beans, so he quickly fell silent. It took about a day to reach the mystic moon tomb from Heaven Luo City. When the four forces arrived, they discovered that there were already more people gathered outside the mystic moon tomb. All of you want to get involved. How can trash like you enter the tomb of a samsara realm expert? The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor snorted. Compared to him, these third and fourth level profound death stage martial artists were indeed trash. Yi Xian did not like to hear this. After all, he was only at the third profound death stage. However, he could not be bothered to argue with the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. The mystic moon tomb had already been dug out and the entrance was exposed to the air. A large group of people landed in front of the mystic moon tomb. Without saying a word, the four forces took out 4 secret scrolls and stacked them together. It was night time. Under the moonlight, a map appeared on the 4 secret scrolls stacked together. Indeed, we need to rely on the moonlight. The master of Heaven Luo City's eyes lit up. So this is the map to decipher the first mechanism of the mystic moon tomb. The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor smirked. The first trap in the mystic moon tomb had troubled many people for thousands of years. Even many people from the Earth Demon residence had died in this trap. Since it has been deciphered, let's go in and give it a try. Bai Ming said. However, the 4 factions still copied down the deciphered map and entered the mystic moon tomb. In order to verify the deciphered map, Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Manor, and Pai Hang each sent out a person to try it. Chapter 1490. These mechanisms were extremely advanced. There were profound death chi, transparent arrows, and earth spikes. Even a 7th or 8th level profound death realm expert would not be able to pass through. I'm only at 3rd level profound death realm and am about to break through to 4th level profound death realm. This mystic moon tomb chamber is more dangerous for me, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, Old Tree was already at 5th level profound death realm and was not weak. If there was any danger, he could escape through the void. He would be safer than the others. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Perhaps after this, his strength would increase tremendously. The deciphering method is correct. Everyone, follow this method and pass through. The Heaven Luo City governor's eyes lit up as he said to the people around him. However, in the next moment, a figure passed by him and rushed into the first mechanism. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was the mysterious expert. 3 seconds later, he reached the other end and passed. This guy, I wonder where he came from. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine, the Heaven Luo City governor snorted in his heart. The mysterious expert hit his aura very well. He looked like a 6th level profound death realm expert, but he was actually a 7th level profound death realm expert. However, he had said that he would act on his own once he deciphered the mechanism. The others did not pay much attention to the mysterious expert as they entered the mechanism layer one after another. However, Yi Xian felt that the mysterious expert was a little strange because his eye of revelation could not copy the mysterious expert's movement skill. My lord, you go in first. I'll guard the back. Bai Ming said to Yi Xian. Oh, okay. Yi Xian took out the deciphering method and passed through the mechanism layer easily. With the deciphering method, everyone quickly came over. The unaffiliated martial artists looked at the scene of the 4 forces passing through and pondered for a while before they began to try. However, the success rate was not 100%. Some people died while some survived. Those who survived would be the first to pass. Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon residents, and auction company did not stop them and let them pass. These people were just cannon fodder. They knew this but still wanted to try. What if they obtained something good? Now that we've passed the first stage, there are 4 forks in the road. Why don't we go our separate ways? The city lord of Tianluo City said. That's what I was thinking as well. Let's all pick a path, said the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. Alright, so be it. Bai Ming and Song Qingxing had no objections. It was much more convenient for a force to act on its own. At that moment, the 3 parties each chose a path. The auction party chose the rightmost path. That mysterious expert had left early, and no one knew which path he had taken. Now that the 3 forces had split up, there was a high chance that they would run into each other. However, this was not a problem because there was a fork in the road after the main road. Yi Xian followed the group carefully. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to summon Megatron and the old tree. Your Excellency's methods are indeed extraordinary. Bai Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the sudden appearance of Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Since we're on the same side, I'll lead the way, the old tree volunteered. Although he was only at 5th level Profound Death Realm, he had the ability of immortality. It was best for him and Megatron to lead the way. Bai Ming and the others raised their eyebrows. However, when they saw that Yi Xian didn't refuse, they didn't say anything. The old tree and Megatron took the lead and charged forward as though they didn't care about their lives. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. 5 minutes later. Young Master, we've encountered something. The old tree reported. What is it? Yi Xian asked in surprise. It's a human-shaped battle corpse. Its strength is around 5th level Profound Death Realm. However, Megatron and I couldn't kill it even when we joined forces. There's a large amount of profound life energy in its body. The old tree replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. When Bai Ming and the others saw this, they quickly followed him. Soon, the 2 parties met up. Bang! 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 Sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Yi Xian saw that the old tree and Megatron were fighting with a battle corpse. Their attacks could indeed hurt the battle corpse. However, there was a large amount of profound life energy in the battle corpse that could heal their injuries in the blink of an eye. What a high defense! What is that? Song Qingxing couldn't help but ask. The old tree's attack was probably not weaker than his. However, the old tree could only barely break through the battle corpse's defense. If he couldn't cause a large amount of damage, it would be difficult to kill it. However, at this moment. Huff! Huff! Suddenly, the battle corpse's aura skyrocketed and rose to 7th level Profound Death Realm. What? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? It was only at 5th level Profound Death Realm earlier. Why did it suddenly rise by 2 levels? Bang! Bang! This unforeseen event caught the old tree and Megatron off guard and sent them flying. Fortunately, the old tree and Megatron had the immortal Phoenix bloodline. They recovered from their injuries in the blink of an eye. Roar! The battle corpse let out a low roar and charged towards Yi Xian and the others. Go! Bai Ming didn't waste any time and charged forward. 1 7th level Profound Death Realm, 3 6th level Profound Death Realm and 10 5th level Profound Death Realm experts launched their attacks at the same time. This time, they managed to injure the battle corpse. However, its injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian didn't move. Instead, he observed the battle corpse with his eye of revelation. He realized that he couldn't see through the battle corpse. However, he did find something strange on the back of the humanoid battle corpse. There's something strange behind his left shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly reminded. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The old tree even flashed behind the battle corpse and threw a punch. This time, the humanoid battle corpse, which had never defended, unexpectedly blocked the attack. There was indeed something fishy. At that moment, everyone attacked together. Although this humanoid battle corpse was strong, with Old Shu and Bai Ming holding it back, it was quickly defeated. In the end, Old Shu's fist landed on the back of the left shoulder of the humanoid battle corpse, and a crisp cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, this humanoid battle corpse was unable to recover from its injuries, and was killed by the bombardment. The thing that shattered seemed to be the mysterious life bead. It can store a large amount of mysterious life qi. If a martial artist refines it, they can greatly increase their mysterious life qi. Bai Ming recognized it. Unfortunately, the mysterious life bead had already been shattered. It turned out that this was the reason why the battle corpse could continuously recover. However, they still didn't know why the battle corpse's strength suddenly increased. "My lord, please keep this corpse," Bai Ming said. Chapter 1491. All right. Yi Xian did not waste any more time. He threw it into the planting space and refined it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV4 Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV6 Profound Death Realm. A system notification caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. How did the old tree make a breakthrough? Young master, this battle corpse is of such a high level. It helped me make a breakthrough. The old tree could not believe it. Yi Xian was the same. He did not expect the human-shaped battle corpse to be so beneficial. Moreover, it was just a corpse without a beast soul. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the Mystic Moon Tomb Chamber. Congratulations, Master. Bai Ming said after sensing Yi Xian's aura. Let's continue our journey. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to let the LV6 Profound Death Realm Old Tree and Wei Zhentian scout ahead. After a while, the old tree sent another message. Young master, I've encountered another one. This time, it's at LV6 Profound Death Realm. The old tree said through telepathy. Yi Xian quickly found the battle corpse based on his senses. However, when they approached, the human-shaped battle corpse's aura suddenly surged. LV7 Profound Death Realm. Another surge in strength. Although it was only one level, it was still very strange. Kill. Bai Ming did not care too much. He led the group and charged forward again. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to observe the battle corpse. In the end, he found that the mysterious life pearl was at the waist of the battle corpse. Crack! The mysterious life pearl was shattered by the old tree. The human-shaped battle corpse lost the healing effect of the mysterious life qi and was killed. As for the corpse, it naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Although Yi Xian did not make a breakthrough this time, he still gained a lot. He did not know what level the human-shaped battle corpse was when it was alive. Could it be that the human-shaped battle corpse's strength increases according to the number of people it encounters? Yi Xian suddenly said. Next time, slow down. I'll go first, Bai Ming said to the others. Then, they continued on their way and soon encountered another humanoid battle corpse. This time, it was still at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, when Bai Ming went over to help, the battle corpse suddenly rose to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. It seemed that the reason why these battle corpses suddenly increased in realm was not because of the number of people, but because they would increase to the highest realm of the person they encountered. Bai Ming was at the 7th level of the Profound Death Realm, so it had also risen to the 7th level of the Profound Death Realm. Soon, the 3rd humanoid battle corpse was killed as well. When they encountered the 4th human-shaped battle corpse, Bai Ming didn't go over. Instead, he watched from afar. As expected, this humanoid battle corpse was only at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. Only Old Tree and Song Qingxing were at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm in Pat Xing's group. This also confirmed Yi Xian and the others' conjecture. The battle corpse's level was indeed the same as the strongest person in the team. When Old Tree was at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage, his battle corpse was also at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage. After he broke through to the 6th level of the Profound Death stage, he had not encountered a 5th level battle corpse. For the sake of convenience, Bai Ming stayed at the back of the team. As for the front, Old Tree led the way. If we continue killing like this, Old Tree and I will probably increase our level again, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was currently at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while Old Tree was at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. They had only killed close to 10 humanoid battle corpses, but their level had already increased by half. They reckoned that they would be able to break through after encountering a few more humanoid battle corpses. However, just as they finished off the 12th humanoid battle corpse, they suddenly heard some commotion. This sounds like the sound of battle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly ordered Old Tree to attack. Through their shared vision, he saw a figure fighting a humanoid battle corpse. As soon as Old Tree appeared, this person killed the 7th level of the Profound Death stage humanoid battle corpse and kept the corpse in an instant. It's that mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After the mysterious expert saw that the solution was correct, he took the lead and charged forward, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the team would encounter him? The mysterious expert glanced at Old Tree before turning around and leaving. Even Old Tree might not be able to catch up with his speed. Young master, this person has hidden his strength. Old Tree couldn't help but say. Yes, I saw that he accurately found the location of the Profound Life Pearl, Yi Xian replied. He had relied on the Eye of Revelation to accurately find the location of the Profound Life Pearl. However, this mysterious expert was actually able to find it. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling about this mysterious expert. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and appeared beside Old Tree. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at the back of the mysterious expert. Death warrant. Now, Yi Xian could easily find out the location of this mysterious expert. Don't follow him. He's fast and can accurately find the Profound Life Pearl on the battle corpses. There's no meat to eat if you follow him. As Yi Xian spoke, he immediately asked Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to switch paths. Soon, Old Tree found another battle corpse. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and brought Song Qingxing and the other 2 6th Profound Death Realm experts over. However, just as the 4 of them entered, the Mystic Moon Tomb Chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble. What's going on? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They quickly guarded their surroundings. Then, the battle corpse suddenly stopped attacking and entered the wall. Rumble. The wall opened and closed. Yi Xian and the rest couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the humanoid battle corpse leave? Before they could react, they felt a pressure on their shoulders. This time, no one could fly. Who activated the forbidden flight formation? Song Qingxing cried out in surprise. Originally, they could fly, but now, no one could fly. Even Wei Zhentian was suppressed on the ground. He turned into a duck and ran to Yi Xian's feet. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they all fell. F***ck. Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, but Bai Ming and the rest who were on the other side of the void gate also fell. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles high in the sky, they couldn't be hurt. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Everyone landed safely. Yi Xian also landed successfully. He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that there were many people around. There were also many independent teams from Heaven Luo City and Earth Demon residents. There were hundreds of them. Chapter 1492. What's going on? Who triggered the mechanism? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked curiously. Everyone has come down, and there's a flight prohibiting array. How are we supposed to leave? The Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned as he looked around. He realized that the surroundings were sealed off, and even the open ceiling was closed. There was no way out. This was a huge palace. There were not many things in the palace except for two strange and huge white bone statues. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, the city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor came over. Bai Ming, did you notice anything? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked. No, we were still fighting when we suddenly fell. Bai Ming shook his head. I'll go take a look at the two statues. After the Earth Demon Prefecture governor finished speaking, he led his men toward the two statues. It was strange that there were only two statues in such a huge palace. He was not the only one. Even the city governor of Heaven Luo City and Bai Ming wanted to take a look. However, at this moment, those two statues. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly noticed something strange. The two statues were not completely sealed off. There were some small holes on them. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw some strange energy in the small holes. This energy was not profound life qi or profound death qi. However, Yi Xian felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully, and a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, Bai Ming, come back quickly. Bai Ming did not think much of it and quickly returned with his men. The city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned slightly when they heard the shout. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level profound death stage, but he dared to call Bai Ming by his name. Previously, they did not feel at ease when Yi Xian was with the team. They thought that he was Song Qingxing's man and was only brought here to broaden his horizons. Now, it seemed that was not the case. However, in the next moment, they did not have time to think about it. This was because strange energy suddenly erupted from the two statues. This was murderous aura. That was right, this was the baneful aura. Yi Xian had seen it before on Earth Emanations Island. There were thousands of tiny holes on each of the two statues. Baleful aura gushed out, and some people were immediately affected. But this time, Yi Xian did not see the scene that he had imagined. Back then, on Earth Emanations Island, Jiang Yi had unleashed a frenzied, baneful aura. This would cause one's emotions to become irritable and irritable. This time, however, it wasn't the berserk baleful aura, but two other types of baleful aura of wrath and baleful aura of hatred. This calmness only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, a change occurred. Bang! Boom! The battle broke out. Of these two statues, one was filled with anger, while the other was filled with hatred. Although these two kinds of baleful qi were weaker than the berserk baleful qi, they were still very terrifying, second only to the berserk baleful qi. Once it erupted, it would be equally uncontrollable. Wah, Tian Luo City Lord, you killed my little brother. I'll kill you. You didn't distribute the missions evenly last time. I'm going to kill you. Just now, it was your mistake that caused the death of my good brother. Go to hell. The entire place was in chaos in an instant. Although those with higher cultivation bases resisted the first wave of baleful aura, there were still the second and third waves. Furthermore, as the baleful aura spread, many people succumbed to it one after another. It's actually baleful aura. Everyone who is conscious, retreat to the corner. The Tianluo city lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men to the wall. However, the Earth Demon Prefecture Lord and his men were all struck by the baleful aura. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture and the Hell Prefecture that Yi Xian had encountered before only differed by one word, the Hell Prefecture was an assassin's faction, while the Earth Demon Prefecture was actually a demonic faction. The baleful aura loved this kind of demonic faction the most. Those who were bloodthirsty and cruel were more likely to be struck by it. Hence, when the Earth Demon Prefecture's men were almost completely annihilated, it started to attack the people around it. At this moment, everyone in the Tianluo city's auction team shuddered. Fortunately, Yi Xian had warned them in time. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Retreat to the corner. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and after letting out a low roar, he kept retreating. Wah, don't even think about leaving, you black-hearted auction team. You cheated me of 5,000 battle merits last time. I'll kill you. An expert from the Earth Demon Prefecture roared furiously as he charged toward Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian and the old tree attacked together, instantly killing the 6th profound Death Realm expert. Following that, the old tree directly charged into the rioting crowd and started a massacre. At this moment, the baleful aura was still spreading. If it was not suppressed, even the corner would not be safe. Wei Zhentian, go and block the statue on the left. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian could not fly, he could transform. Moreover, no one noticed him. He easily swept to the statue on the left and suddenly enlarged, wrapping around the statue on the left that was emitting baleful aura like a cloth. The baleful aura stopped spreading. What is this thing? It actually has such an ability. Bai Ming and the rest were shocked. Fortunately, they managed to stop one of the baleful aura from spreading. Fortunately, there was only the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred. These two types of baleful aura were targeted. For example, the baleful aura of madness that erupted from the Earth Demon Island would cause anyone who came into contact with it to become violent and savage. They would attack everyone nearby. However, the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred were not the same. However, once the battle continued, the effect would be no different from the baleful aura of madness. After all, the battle would affect the surrounding people. In this case, apart from oneself, everyone else would be the enemy. This was no different from the baleful aura of madness. The Heaven Luo City's City Lords team only lost a few people with low cultivation realms. Comparatively speaking, they were still fine. At this moment, they had also retreated to the corner. If anyone dared to approach them, they would focus their fire and kill them. Bai Ming, what is going on? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord asked loudly. What else could it be? Someone must have triggered the mechanism. Bai Ming replied. But why is that mysterious expert not here? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord said in surprise. After his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Out of the 4 forces, there were only 3 forces here. Where did that mysterious expert go? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately looked around. Previously, he had used the death hunting order to mark the mysterious expert. Now, he could find him. However, when he looked around, he saw that mysterious expert. He was waiting behind a wall that was tens of meters above the ground in the north of the palace. If it was not for the scarlet, killed mark of the death hunting order, Yi Xian would not have been able to find him. This mechanism was triggered by that mysterious expert. Chapter 1493. Everyone had fallen, but why hadn't that mysterious expert fallen yet? Why was he standing behind the wall? Was he waiting for the people to finish killing each other before he came out? However, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less because the baleful aura of hatred had already spread to the corner. Block the qi of hatred. Bai Ming yelled. Everyone activated the true qi and manifestation strength in their bodies to form a barrier to prevent the qi of hatred from spreading. Otherwise, they would also suffer from qi deviation. Close to 10 seconds had passed since the battle started. Many of the people in front of the two statues had died, leaving only 30 or so people still fighting. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, a crisp sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the white bone statue that was constantly emitting the qi of hatred had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the baleful aura of wrath in the palace gathered towards it and condensed into an earth fiend. Qi of hatred. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. At this very moment, the fiendish aura of wrath in the palace had already been absorbed by the fiendish spirit. After the absorption, the fiendish spirit was over 20 meters tall. Its aura was not weak, and it was at least at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, waves of qi of hatred surged out from the bodies of those who had died. Moreover, it was very abundant. Oh no, there's qi of hatred in the bodies of those who died. Don't let it absorb anymore. Bai Ming widened his eyes and immediately yelled. The qi of hatred from before had been absorbed by many people. Now that these people were dead, the qi of hatred was attracted by the qi of hatred and left the corpses. The qi of hatred that had circulated in the bodies of these people was much stronger than before. At this level, most people had lived for thousands of years, and there were many who had lived for more than 5,000 years. After so many years, who didn't have qi of hatred? After absorbing the qi of hatred from the dead, the qi of hatred had become much stronger. If the qi of hatred was absorbed by the qi of hatred, it would probably grow to the 8th tier of the profound death realm, or even the 9th tier of the profound death realm. If they didn't stop it, everyone would probably die here. The city lord of Tianluo City also reacted. While they were able to deal with a 7th level profound death stage qi of wrath, it would be troublesome if it grew to the 8th level profound death stage. Don't forget, there was still a large amount of hatred in the surroundings. Quick, get rid of this wrath of wrath first, or else we'll be in trouble. Without hesitation, the Heaven Luo city governor led all of his subordinates and opened up a path. They began to attack the wrath of wrath, which had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. It was the same for Yi Xian. Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. Yi Xian launched an attack from afar. Although there was something inside that could absorb the baleful aura of rage and baleful aura of hatred, how could it be faster than the baleful aura of rage? Wei Zhentian was still wrapping up the fiend of hatred and couldn't make a move. If he were to let others absorb the baleful aura now, they might not be able to finish absorbing the baleful aura by the time the baleful aura of wrath reached the 9th stage of the profound death realm. It was better to wait until the baleful aura of wrath was dealt with first. The baleful aura of wrath was already able to move. However, it was only at the 7th tier of the profound death stage and its strength was limited. In addition, the humans had the advantage in numbers. Without exception, the attacks landed on its body. Bang! 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 The baleful aura of wrath was severely injured and its baleful aura was overflowing. Creatures like the earth fiends were easier to kill. Like the ghost spirits, they had weaknesses all over their bodies. As long as they were continuously attacked, their strength would continue to weaken. However, as long as they were given time, they could continuously absorb the baleful aura to recover. Therefore, they had to kill the baleful aura of wrath within a short period of time and absorb the baleful aura of wrath. However, the baleful aura of wrath could control those who were still alive, including the Earth Demon Prefecture Master who was bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the side. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Wei Zhentian had been sent flying. The other white bone statue had already shattered. Another baleful aura of wrath saw the light of day once again. With its appearance, the baleful aura of wrath in the entire palace was stirred up. Enormous baleful aura of wrath also surged out from the corpses. Deal with this baleful aura of wrath first. The city master of Heaven Luo City suddenly shouted. Compared to the baleful aura of wrath that had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage, this young baleful aura of wrath that had just appeared was easier to deal with. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura of wrath was killed in one hit. Its entire body exploded and turned into countless baleful aura of wrath. Don't let it condense into a new form. All those at the 5th tier of the profound death stage, use this to absorb the baleful aura. As Yi Xian spoke, he suddenly threw out baleful aura absorption bottles. Those people did not understand what it was. However, when they activated it with their true qi, they realized that the baleful aura in the surroundings was absorbed into the bottles. It was very magical. As for the warriors at the 6th tier of the profound death stage, they continuously attacked the baleful aura of wrath at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, the baleful aura of wrath was absorbing the baleful aura of wrath at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura's absorption speed was actually equal to the baleful aura of wrath. It was simply unbelievable. The humans felt immense pressure. Not only did they have to defend against the baleful aura, they also had to attack the baleful aura of wrath. Furthermore, the palace master of the Earth Demon Prefecture and the others were helping the baleful aura of wrath. The situation was not looking good. Old Tree, kill everyone who is in the way. Yi Xian said to Old Tree. All right. Old Tree, who was attacking the baleful aura of wrath, responded. He instantly flashed behind a warrior who had been bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath and smashed his head with a punch. As long as these people were taken care of, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. However, things were not that simple. Suddenly, a few of the people on Padding Line's side were hit. They were then controlled by the baleful aura of wrath and attacked the people around them. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his hand and killed them with a few slashes. Although it was possible to use the Eye of Soul to capture these people, Yi Xian was only at the 4th tier of the profound death stage. These people were controlled by the baleful aura of wrath. It was not that easy to use the Eye of Soul to capture them. Therefore, he could only kill them. In fact, Yi Xian felt very helpless. If Luo Luo's cultivation level was high enough, she could directly use the Eye of Charm. She would have many more helpers. Unfortunately, Luo Luo was only at the 2nd tier of the profound death stage. It was too dangerous for her to fall for the trick. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to continue cultivating. As for Bai Ming, although he was from the Fox clan, he was a moonlight fox and could increase his battle strength under the moonlight. He did not know how to use the Eye of Charm. He was one of the few members of the Fox clan who could not learn the Eye of Charm. Chapter 1494. Wei Zhentian, collect the Qian Kuan rings for me. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. There were many corpses on the ground, and there might be many battle corpses among them. As long as Yi Xian or Old Tree could achieve a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Wei Zhentian accepted the order and quickly collected the Qian Kuan rings. At this moment, Yi Xian focused his attention on the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture's team was not weak, and there might be many battle corpses among them. Old Tree, finish him off. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree again. No problem. Old Shu responded. In a flash, he appeared behind the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master and punched out. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture Master was bewitched, his battle consciousness was still intact. The moment before the attack hit, his vital energy surged out to defend himself. Unfortunately, Old Tree was currently at 6th level Profound Death Realm. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Earth Demon Palace's Palace Master was sent flying forward, just in time to collide with Yi Xian's attack. Bam! Another muffled sound rang out. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon Prefecture Master seemed to have used his trump card. His eyes turned black, and his aura skyrocketed. Seeing that he was still alive, Old Tree flashed over and threw another punch. Unexpectedly, the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master turned around and attacked, directly killing Old Shu. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. When Yi Xian heard the two system prompts, he was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The Wrath of Wrath suddenly exploded and turned into countless murderous auras that gathered toward the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture Master's aura skyrocketed again. 8th level Profound Death Realm. Oh no, the Earth Demon has possessed him. Yi Xian's expression changed. This scene was beyond his ability to react. He had no time to stop it, and it was the same for Bai Ming, who was at 7th level Profound Death Realm. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. A light flickered in Bai Ming's eyes, and he appeared beside the Earth Demon Manor Principal in a flash. However, the Earth Demon Manor Principal, who had used his trump card and was possessed by the Fiend of Wrath, was too powerful. With a single punch, Bai Ming's chest was pierced through. Bang! Bai Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured, so he saved his life. But now, things had become even more troublesome. The Earth Demon Prefecture's Palace Master, who was at the 8th level of the Profound Death Realm, was extremely powerful. Currently, only the Heaven Luo City's City Lord was at a similar level to him. Seeing that Bai Ming was heavily injured, the Heavenly Luo City's Castellan immediately acted, stopping the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord from pursuing Bai Ming and killing him. If Bai Ming died, their chances of winning would drop by at least 30%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ming quickly swallowed a pill and used the mysterious life qi to heal his injuries. Next, they really had to go all out. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian had returned with a large number of interspatial rings. Yi Xian immediately devoured the items in these interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 5th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 6th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 7th tier of the Profound Death stage. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian and the other two's strength had increased by several folds. With this, they had the strength to face the upcoming battle. Wei Zhentian, take care of the others. Old Tree and I will take care of the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In fact, he could have used his trump cards right from the start, such as the Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. However, he felt that these two Earth Demons weren't much of a threat. The real boss had probably not appeared yet. Wasn't the mysterious expert marked by the Death Hunting Order still behind the wall, watching them kill each other? Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian, Old Tree, and the Heavenly Luo City's Castellan joined forces to attack the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. As for the others, they were either taking care of the remaining cultivators who had lost their minds or clearing away the murderous aura to make room for Yi Xian and the others. The Heavenly Luo City's Castellan never expected that there were actually several experts hidden in the auction house's team, such as Yi Xian and Old Tree. If they weren't here this time, everyone would probably die. It was undeniable that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was now extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he actually had the upper hand. It was also Yi Xian's fault that he was frightened by the murderous aura earlier. In order to protect the others, he didn't immediately activate the killing feast. Otherwise, with the multifold boost, he would definitely be able to kill the murderous aura of wrath and the murderous aura of hatred in a short period of time. At this point, there was no point in regretting it. He should just kill the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord first. Wah! I'm going to kill all of you. The Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord had already gone crazy. Even without the murderous aura of madness, he had already gone mad. The others were all his enemies. Fortunately, Yi Xian and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand. This was because Bai Ming and the others had already dealt with those who were confused. Now, only the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was left. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. The auction house had lost a 6th level Profound Death Realm expert, and only 4 5th level Profound Death Realm experts were left. On the other hand, the Heavenly Luo City's side was in a similar situation. However, at this moment, the murderous aura of hatred suddenly condensed again. Disperse. Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately shot forward and dispersed the murderous aura of hatred that had just condensed with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly joined Yi Xian's battle. The battle between the 4 great experts and the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord finally stabilized the situation. Yi Xian estimated that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord would be killed by him in 3 seconds. Of course, it would be fine as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances in the meantime. Boom! 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 In the palace, the sounds of battle rang out continuously. Soon, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was defeated. Seeing this, the murderous aura of madness that was attached to his body quickly left his body. Swish! Just as the murderous aura of madness left his body, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord's head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian's sword. Trying to escape. Disperse. Looking at the enormous murderous aura of madness, Old Tree quickly flashed over and blasted a flaming fist down. Bang! The murderous aura of madness was greatly dispersed by the punch, and its aura instantly weakened by a notch. Taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to condense fully, the crowd chased after it and directly broke it into thousands of small murderous auras. The 2 murderous auras have been dispersed, but this palace is in a sealed state, so we must absorb the murderous auras. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw out more murderous aura absorption bottles, preparing to absorb all the murderous auras. The murderous auras could be used to refine a higher-grade Earth Demon pill. When the time came and he gave it to Luo Luo, her realm might be able to catch up quickly. Although they did not know why Yi Xian had such a thing, the crowd did not ask much and directly collected all the murderous auras in the palace. Chapter 1495. At this moment, besides Yi Xian's group of 3, there were only 5 people left on Heaven Luo City's side. They were respectively the City Lord of Heaven Luo City and an expert at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. As for those at the 5th level of the Profound Death Realm, there were only 3. Compared to the Tian Luo City Governor's Mansion, there was 1 more LV6 Profound Death Realm expert and 1 more LV5 Profound Death Realm expert. Huff huff huff, this is too scary. Who triggered the mechanism? The Tian Luo City Governor was sweating profusely. He had used up a lot of true qi in his body. If he continued to fight, his profound life qi would be depleted, and he would die easily. Bai Ming glanced at the corpses on the ground and shook his head helplessly. This mystic moon tomb chamber was too scary. If more people came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there were those strange battle corpses. If a few of them suddenly appeared, it would be terrifying. After all, battle corpses could increase their level at will, and they would at least reach LV7 Profound Death Realm. Bai Ming quickly dismissed this idea. What if it really happened? I might know who triggered the mechanism. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Everyone focused their attention on Yi Xian. The Tianluo city governor was shocked. Who? That mysterious man. That's right. Yi Xian responded and immediately gave the order to Old Tree. Residual flame doppelganger. Old Tree flashed over and arrived in front of the wall. He then punched hard. Bang! The wall's defense was very high. Old Tree's punch could not break it. Sir, you should be out now, right? Yi Xian said to the person in front of him. With the death hunting order, Yi Xian could accurately sense that the mysterious man was behind the wall. In addition, the scarlet word, kill, had exposed him. What? The mysterious man is here. The Tianluo city governor, Bai Ming, and the rest were shocked. Gotcha! At this moment, the wall suddenly cracked open, and a figure walked out. This person was the mysterious bamboo hat man who held the third secret scroll. How did you know I was here? The mysterious man glanced at the old tree beside him. If it was just a guess, it was fine. However, the fact that the old tree and Yi Xian were able to pinpoint his exact location was a little strange. That wall was incomparably hard and isolated aura. Without a special method, it was impossible to open it. How did Yi Xian and the old tree find out? You don't need to know that. Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. He looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, "These are your masterpieces, right?" "That's right, I was the one who triggered the mechanism." The mysterious bamboo hat man nodded. "Bastard, who the hell are you? Even now, you still won't show your face." Heaven Luo City's city lord was furious. After all, many experts had died in the Heaven Luo City's city lord mansion. Even he had almost died here. Fine. Hearing this, the mysterious bamboo hat man directly took off his bamboo hat and black robe, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked because the face under the bamboo hat was actually that of a youth. So young. Who are you? Bai Ming thought for a moment and found no memory of this youth, so he asked directly. Qi Tianrui. The mysterious man answered. Qi Tianrui was a name that was very unfamiliar to everyone. I know you haven't heard of this name, but you should have heard of my sister's name. After the mysterious man finished speaking, he paused for a moment and then said a name, Qi Xianyue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's bodies trembled. Qi Xianyue. The Xianyue tomb room. Everyone immediately came to a realization. Qi Tianrui was the brother of Qi Xianyue, the owner of the Xianyue tomb room. That's right. This tomb room was built by my sister, but it was after I reincarnated, Qi Tianrui said. Now, the truth of the matter was more or less revealed. This tomb room was built by Qi Tianrui's sister. Although it was built after Qi Tianrui reincarnated, Qi Tianrui was Qi Xuanyue's brother after all, so it was reasonable that he knew some mechanisms and habits. Yi Xian and the others did not expect Qi Tianrui to be a reincarnator. This meant that Qi Tianrui was at least a samsara realm expert in his previous life. Humph, so what if you're a reincarnator? Since the Xianyue tomb room is open, it means that the treasures are available to the capable. So what if you're her brother? The Tianluo city governor snorted. My sister built this tomb room after I reincarnated. I don't know if she died or reincarnated, but since I'm here, no one can take away the treasures here. Qi Tianrui's eyes flickered with killing intent. You. The Tianluo city governor also emitted a murderous intent. If it weren't for Qi Tianrui, the city governor's mansion would not have lost so many people. Humph, you're just a LV7 profound death realm expert. You're just an ant in front of me. If it were me in my previous life, you wouldn't even be qualified to serve me tea. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. Chi Tianrui said coldly. A reincarnation realm expert was indeed very powerful, at least 100 times stronger than the Tianluo city governor, who was at LV7 profound death realm. However, that was only in his previous life. Wasn't Chi Tianrui at LV7 profound death realm now? If you're so powerful, why do you need to resort to such means to reincarnate? Reincarnator. You're just a piece of sh*t. The Tianluo city governor sneered. What did you say? Chi Tianrui was furious and looked like he was about to attack. Although he was only at LV7 profound death realm, which was the same as the Tianluo city governor, he had awakened. How could his combat strength be compared to ordinary people? Humph, I'm just here to see how powerful a reincarnator is. The Tianluo city governor snorted and said to Yi Xian and the others, please don't attack. Yi Xian originally wanted to besiege Chi Tianrui, but after hearing the Tianluo city governor's words, he decided to go along with it. Challenging a reincarnator at the same level was extremely arrogant. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Chi Tianrui snorted and jumped down, charging toward the Tianluo city governor. In fact, the Tianluo city governor had also inhaled some of the evil chi of wrath and evil chi of hatred, but he was not confused yet. Therefore, he hated Chi Tianrui to the core. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. The Tianluo city governor had already fought a battle, so both his true chi and life and death mystic chi were consumed. In addition, his opponent was a reincarnator, so the Tianluo city governor was sent flying with one punch. Mystic Moon Samsara Slash. Chi Tianrui did not plan to fight the Tianluo city governor for too long, so he directly used his trump card. Chapter 1496. Instant Kill. Only 1 second had passed since the beginning of the battle. How could Chi Tianrui be so powerful? City Lord. When the 6th level profound death stage experts from the city governor's estate saw the fall of the city governor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and cry out in surprise. They were both 7th LV profound death realm experts, but why was the gap between them so huge? Yi Xian, who had fought with reincarnators many times, knew that reincarnators were not easy to deal with. The city lord of Tianluo city was courting death. Yi Xian had expected that the city lord would be instantly killed by Chi Tianrui. Chi Tianrui put away the city lord's interspatial ring and turned to face Yi Xian and the others. See? This is the result of his ignorance. What do you want? Bai Ming asked with glinting eyes. You must be from the Bai family of 100 Fox Manor. Leave, Chi Tianrui said to Bai Ming. Although he was a samsara realm expert in his previous life, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of 100 Fox Manor. There was no need for him to provoke such a powerful enemy. Ha! Bai Ming smiled faintly and said, you're just a samsara realm expert. It's not like I haven't seen one before. Besides, you're only at 7th LV profound death realm. Don't be so ungrateful. You can't handle a 7th LV profound death realm expert. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, Chi Tianrui said impatiently. If that's the case, I'll see what you can do. Bai Ming snorted. But before he could finish his words, Chi Tianrui interrupted, no need, let's fight together. Yi Xian did not hesitate and sent a voice transmission to Old Tree. Kill. This reincarnator Chi Tianrui was too arrogant, but he was not that powerful because he had to rely on others to kill the 2 earth demons. There was no suspense in this battle at all. The Old Tree was currently at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. Just like Chi Tianrui, the reincarnator, the Old Tree alone could probably take on Chi Tianrui, let alone Yi Xian and the others. Previously, the city lord of Tianluo city was courting death when he challenged Chi Tianrui one-on-one. Now, Qi Tianrui was also courting death when he fought against so many people. Residual flame. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the old tree immediately created 2 residual flame clones, one on the left and one behind Qi Tianrui. Then, he quickly changed his position and punched out. Although Qi Tianrui was behind the wall just now, he hadn't seen the old tree fight, so he was a little shocked. However, he was still a true reincarnator, so it was unlikely that he would be killed instantly. Bang! Qi Tianrui turned around and threw a punch at the old tree's fist. Immediately, the mysterious death Qi and the old tree's genuine Qi collided. To Qi Tianrui's disbelief, he was evenly matched with the old tree. Who was he? Even the city lord of Tianluo City, who was at the 7th tier of the profound death realm, couldn't block his punch. How could this bald old man do it? At this moment, Qi Tianrui vaguely felt that he might have been careless. Moonlight slash. Bai Ming, who was also at the 7th tier of the profound death realm, had already rushed in front of him. With a slash of his long sword, a white crescent slash broke through the air. Bai Ming was a member of the Bai family in 100 Fox Villa. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was pretty good. After all, he was only 1,000 years old, so his strength couldn't be measured by normal standards. Mystic Moon Samsara slash. Qi Tianrui attacked again, but surprisingly, this move didn't meet Bai Ming's Moonlight slash. Instead, it brushed past the Moonlight slash. Just now, he had used this move to kill the city lord of Tianluo City. Bai Ming wasn't stupid. He had seen it once, so he couldn't fall for the same move. He hurriedly dodged. However, this move wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. After the Mystic Moon Samsara slash turned back and was dodged by Bai Ming, it changed its direction again and followed Bai Ming. This was a tracking skill. Nice superpower. In the distance, Yi Xian looked on enviously. Unfortunately, he couldn't copy this move with the Eye of Revelation. Since Old Tree and Bai Ming had already attacked, he couldn't hold back. Although his realm was 2 levels lower than Qi Tianrui's, he could help from afar. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. His attack wasn't any weaker than the others. At the same time, Song Qingxing and the other 3 martial artists at the 6th tier of the profound death realm also attacked. Humph! The reincarnator and Qi Tianrui snorted. No one knew what they meant. Qi Tianrui regretted underestimating Yi Xian and the others. Bai Ming and the others were fine, but the old tree was a little more difficult to deal with. His attack power wasn't weak, and he could change his position. It was disgusting. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. Qi Tianrui suddenly felt something was wrong. He directly used the strongest move he could currently use. Samsara Gale slash. The true Qi in Qi Tianrui's body surged. In the next moment, with his body as the center, numerous terrifying slashes burst out. All of them were crescent moon samsara slashes under his control. In an instant, more than a dozen slashes swept out toward everyone. Damn, is he using his ultimate move? Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, his attack power wasn't weak, and Qi Tianrui didn't take him seriously. Therefore, only one crescent moon samsara slash was sent toward him. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Boom! The crescent moon samsara slash was defeated, but the others weren't so lucky. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, joined forces with the other 2 experts at the 6th tier of the profound death realm, and burned their lives to survive. As for the other martial artists at the 5th tier of the profound death realm, they were all dead. Oh no! Bai Ming raised his eyebrows. After killing the others, the crescent moon samsara slashes swept toward Yi Xian and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. How could Yi Xian block them? Don't underestimate me. Yi Xian didn't panic and quickly attacked. At the same time, Old Tree flashed back and used the Raging Inferno shield to save Song Qingxing and the others. Bang! 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 After absorbing 3 crescent moon samsara slashes, the Raging Inferno shield couldn't withstand it and exploded. The power of the explosion wasn't weak, and it scattered the remaining crescent moon samsara slashes. Song Qingxing and the others survived because of this. You're quite capable. Let's see how many rounds you can last. Qi Tianrui said coldly and prepared to use another round of Samsara Gale Slash. I didn't want to use it, but you asked for it. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to use his strongest trump card. Unicorn Descent. Before Qi Tianrui could make a move, a huge flaming hoof slammed down on him. What? Chapter 1497. Qi Tianrui was about to launch the second round of attacks. Now that he was hit, his genuine qi was in chaos, which worsened his injuries. Before he could react, the second qi lance descent was formed again and mercilessly slammed down on him. Qi Tianrui, who was seriously injured, looked up at the flaming hoof with a desperate expression. He didn't know who had used this move. Was it Bai Ming? However, Bai Ming was still in a state of shock. Obviously not. He was very strong, but he didn't use his full strength. After all, Yi Xian had never failed to use this move. Boom! The second flaming hoof fell and killed Qi Tianrui in an instant. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that Qi Tianrui was dead. Yi Xian didn't want to use it at first because he felt strange. Maybe things weren't that simple, so he wanted to keep it. However, if he didn't use it now, it would be difficult to deal with Qi Tianrui. Mo Shui, Nailan Bing, and Nailan Jia, who Yi Xian had met before, couldn't be considered as reincarnators. They were only in the profound life realm. Qi Tianrui was a real reincarnator. He had reincarnated himself. In comparison, Mo Shui and the other two were like ants. He's dead. Bai Ming and the others were stunned when they saw Qi Tianrui's burnt body. They didn't react until the old tree brought the interspatial rings back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the 2 interspatial rings, but there weren't many good things inside. However, they helped Wei Xintian break through to the 7th tier of the profound death realm. Qi Tianrui reincarnated himself and might have given his things to his sister, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue might be the one who built this tomb. Their things might be here, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, when a reincarnator died, there would be some strange phenomena. For example, the Eye of Reincarnation. As soon as he thought of this, an Eye of Reincarnation appeared in the sky above the palace. He wondered who the Eye of Samsara represented. Was it the Fox of Samsara, the Master of Samsara City, or the Samsara Venerable? After the Eye of Reincarnation appeared, it directly absorbed the strand of reincarnation will. Then, the other 2 eyes of reincarnation appeared one after another. Reincarnation supremacy, you're quite fast this time. The voice of the Samsara City Lord rang out. This time, they did not conjure up any illusions. Humph! The Eye of Reincarnation that appeared first let out a cold snort and then disappeared. It turned out that reincarnation supremacy was the first to arrive. It's you again. Young man, we seem to be fated. Samsara City Master could not help but ask after Samsara supremacy left. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master did not waste any more time and left directly. In the end, only the Eye of Reincarnation of the Fox of Reincarnation was left. At this moment, Yi Xian called Luo Luo out from the planting space and asked her to meet the Fox of Reincarnation. Yi Xian did not communicate with Luo Luo beforehand, so she was a little confused. Before she could react, she said directly, "Young master, what happened just now?" The base of the life and death plate kept on shaking. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The base of the life and death plate had always been fine. Luo Luo was also using the base of the life and death plate to refine the mystic life qi and mystic death qi. Why would there be a sudden change? However, he would talk about this later. "Greetings, Villa Master." Bai Ming suddenly greeted him respectfully. At this moment, the eye of reincarnation had already conjured up a beautiful figure. It was the lady from the other day. "You've leveled up quite quickly," the lady said in surprise. She remembered that the last time she saw Yi Xian and Luo Luo, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only on the immortality realm. Now, both of them had suddenly leveled up to the mystic death realm. This was unbelievable. After all, it had only been a short while. At this rate, it would not take long for them to reach the samsara realm. How terrifying! Even the reincarnation fox could not achieve this speed when he was cultivating. "Thank you for your compliment, senior," Yi Xian said respectfully. The lady nodded slightly. Then, her gaze landed on Luo Luo as she said, "Do you want to follow me or continue to stay by his side and rely on your own strength to reach the 100 Fox Manor?" Luo Luo was stunned when she heard this. She hesitated. After finding out that she was a reincarnator, she was very curious about her past life. However, the reincarnation fox seemed to only want to take her away. She did not want to leave Yi Xian, so she was hesitant. Yi Xian did not know what Luo Luo would choose, but it did not matter. It would not matter if Luo Luo followed the reincarnation fox to the 100 Fox Manor. After all, he would be able to reach the 100 Fox Manor soon. Luo Luo thought for a moment and replied, "Young master and I will go to the 100 Fox Manor." "All right, I'll wait for you. Also, this tomb is not as simple as you think. Be careful." The lady did not insist. She disappeared immediately. "Farewell, Manor Master," Bai Ming said respectfully. Song Qingxing already knew Yi Xian's identity, but the other two 6th-tier profound death realm martial artists did not. When they saw that Yi Xian and Luo Luo knew the reincarnation fox, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Who was the reincarnation fox? He was one of the 3 overlords of the land of reincarnation. However, the last words of the fox of samsara before it left surprised Yi Xian. The tomb was not that simple. Could it be that there were other dangers? If Senior Reincarnation Fox said so, then there must be. Be careful, Yi Xian thought to himself. He sent Luo Luo to the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. "My lord, we are now." After the reincarnation fox left, Bai Ming flashed to Yi Xian's side and waited for instructions. "We should be able to get out from there," but Yi Xian glanced at the door that Qi Tianrui had come out from. Then, a gust of true energy gushed out and cleared a piece of the ground. There were 2 mechanisms under the 2 broken bone statues. They had not noticed them when they were fighting, but Yi Xian had noticed them after the reincarnation fox's reminder. He did not know what these 2 mechanisms would activate. "If you want to leave, you can leave now," Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and Luo Luo. This, Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and the other 2 6th-tier profound death realm martial artists looked at each other. The 2 earth fiends had almost killed them. Then, a reincarnation traveler appeared and killed them until they were the only ones left. How could he leave now that he had come this far? "I'll stay," Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, said directly. "Me too. Me too." Chapter 1498. "I will stay to protect you, my lord," Bai Ming said firmly. Although one of them was from the Tianluo City's city governor's mansion, it was useless for him to stay since the Tianluo city governor was dead. However, he was determined to stay after knowing that Yi Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. If he could build a good relationship with Yi Xian, his future would be bright. Alright, since you are not leaving, I will activate the mechanism. Yi Xian stopped persuading them. If there was any danger, he could just break open the void and leave. Activating the mechanism might be dangerous, so they retreated to a corner and let Wei Zhentian and the old tree open the door. The two of them stood in position and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Activate. Yi Xian said after he was ready. Gotcha. Gotcha. The two mechanisms were activated at the same time. Immediately after, the entire palace rumbled. The center of the palace suddenly split open, and a huge stone coffin rose from it. Is this the coffin of the Samsara realm elite, Qi Xianyue? Bai Ming said in surprise. If that was the case, there might be something in it that belonged to Qi Xianyue when she was alive. Of course, Qi Xianyue could also be reincarnated. However, after she reincarnated, her physical body was considered dead. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Young master, there is no other movement. Should we open the stone coffin? The old tree asked curiously. Yi Xian waited for a while before he nodded and said, "Open it." Okay. The old tree and Wei Zhentian followed Yi Xian's order and pried open the lid of the stone coffin. However, at this moment, a powerful mysterious death aura suddenly erupted from the coffin. Wei Zhentian and the old tree accidentally touched the aura and were instantly burned to ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Spirit of ashes is resurrected. 4 system notifications sounded out in a row. Yi Xian was completely stupefied. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had only come into contact with a little of it, and they were instantly killed. Just how powerful was this mysterious death qi? What's in here? Yi Xian asked in shock. No, I didn't see anything. The old tree shook his head. That made sense. His vision was shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. However, he already knew how powerful the thing inside was. It was actually able to instantly kill Wei Zhentian and the old tree who possessed the immortal phoenix bloodline. It was definitely extremely terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to get old tree to use an attack to send the sarcophagus's lid flying, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered their ears. Gotcha! The coffin opened by itself, but there was only a small opening, about the length of an index finger. The old tree was about to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the entire palace changed again. Boom! Countless doors suddenly opened on the 4 sides of the palace. Then, one after another, battle corpses walked out. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian and the others subconsciously started counting. When they finished counting, their bodies trembled. Damn, there were 20 of them. Moreover, all of them were at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. That wasn't the point. The point was that there were more after the 20 battle corpses walked out. There were 20 of them at one time, so there were 40 of them at 2 times. How was this going to end? Bai Ming and the others were pale with fright, but Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. This was an opportunity for him. With so many battle corpses, it was enough for him to break through to the 6th tier of the profound death realm. Old Tree could also break through to the 8th tier of the profound death realm. It was a blessing. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what was in the coffin. That was what he was most afraid of. I don't care what you are. When I break through, I'll kill you even if you're at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged forward. The feast of slaughter had begun. Old Tree and Wei Xintian immediately obeyed and attacked. The latter even activated the sword storm. Crack! While they were killing the battle corpses, the lid of the coffin moved down a little. Yi Xian reckoned that it wasn't Qi Xianyue in the coffin, but something was sealed inside. Now, that something was breaking through the seal. Therefore, he still had time. Kill with all your might. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and activated the dark night sky curtain. The palace instantly darkened. With the eye of revelation, he could instantly find the enigmatic birth bead inside the battle corpses. With his 5th tier of the profound death realm cultivation, he could instantly shatter the enigmatic birth bead if he attacked with all his might. Gotcha! Swish! Yi Xian darted behind the nearest battle corpse and stabbed his sword into its shoulder, shattering the enigmatic birth bead. Then, he viciously chopped off the battle corpse's head. Since the battle corpse was already dead, he could use the enigmatic birth bead to recover after chopping off its head. Therefore, it was best to destroy the enigmatic birth bead first. One battle corpse increased Yi Xian's strength by 10%. Not bad. While he was killing the battle corpses, he was also searching for the location of the enigmatic birth bead for the Old Tree and Wei Xintian. Their cooperation was perfect, and the number of battle corpses was rapidly reduced. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent continued to increase, and so did the killing feast. At the same time, his cultivation level also continued to increase as he devoured the battle corpses. 50%. 1%. 5%. 2%. The killing feasts increase rapidly. When Yi Xian killed the 23rd battle corpse, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. At this moment, his killing feast's increase had reached 5%. Furthermore, it was 5% of his original strength after the breakthrough. However, the stone coffin was already over half opened. Finish it quickly. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At this moment, he did not have the time to see what was inside the stone coffin. It was more important to increase his strength as soon as possible. This time, there were a total of 40 battle corpses, and all of them were at the 7th profound death realm. Fortunately, they were only at the 7th profound death realm. If they were at the 8th profound death realm, he would be doomed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the last battle corpse was killed, Yi Xian's increase had already increased by 3 times. At this moment, Yi Xian had just devoured all the battle corpses that he had just collected. Ding! Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 8th profound death realm. Yi Xian had just made the Old Tree make a breakthrough. Otherwise, those battle corpses would have increased to the 8th profound death realm. Then, it would be difficult to kill them. After all, their experience had nothing to do with their level. Gotcha! Coincidentally, the lid of the stone coffin was completely opened. It was directly blown away by a breath of profound death qi. Chapter 1499. At this moment, an armored arm suddenly extended from the sarcophagus. Following that, a man in dark gray armor slowly stood up from the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was surrounded by an enormous amount of mysterious death energy. Even if Old Tree were to charge in, he would most likely die instantly. The armored man was very tall, reaching 2 meters. His entire body was covered by the dark gray armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he stood up, the mysterious death energy was suddenly absorbed into his body. Following that, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. 7th tier profound death realm. 8th tier profound death realm. Ninth tier profound death realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th tier of profound death realm. Furthermore, he had reached the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. Holy sh*t, what the hell is this? Yi Xian was terrified. With his eye of revelation, he saw that the thing in the armor was not a body, but a skeleton. What is this? Skeletal King. Just as Yi Xian was surprised, Bai Ming exclaimed. The Skeletal King was also a type of exotic beast, but it was very special. It was a combination of bones and rocks. It was very rare and very difficult to deal with. Now, he had encountered a Skeletal King at the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Yi Xian was not confident that he could kill the Skeletal King. If he had unicorn, he should be able to. Unfortunately, he had used unicorn on Qi Tianrue. If only he had kept it. At this moment, Old Tree could not wait to attack as he had been killed by the Skeletal King once. Waning Flame. Bang! Old Tree's punch landed on the Skeletal King's helmet. However, it only made its head lower slightly. It did not break through its defense. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of mysterious death energy gushed out from the helmet. Old Tree was once again in trouble. However, this time, Old Tree was at the 8th tier of profound death realm. Although the mysterious death energy corroded quickly, the immortal phoenix bloodline in Old Tree's body was able to extinguish it. It seemed that the Skeletal King was not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, Yi Xian now had a threefold amplification, and Bladestorm also had this amplification. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhentian was stunned. What? You want me to subdue it? Yi Xian was stunned. This Skeleton King seemed to be quite powerful. Furthermore, Yi Xian had a lot of loot boxes, so it would be fine to take one. However, the key question was how to collect them. That was a monster at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Even the best contract would not work. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced over and realized that it wasn't impossible. There's actually a master servant contract that can be exchanged with devour points. Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he had used devour crystals to exchange for them. Now, he had never thought that he would be able to use devour points to exchange for them. Furthermore, this master-servant contract was extremely overbearing. It could force the other party to enter into a contract, and the upper limit was the host's level 3. In other words, Yi Xian happened to be able to tame this Skeleton King. Alright, Wei Zhentian, I'll take you in as a follower this time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He did not hesitate to spend one devour point to exchange for the master-servant contract. At this moment, the Skeleton King's body trembled slightly. Then, a shocking scene happened. There were so many corpses on the ground, but it started to move and crawl up. Heavens, this Skeleton King has the will of death. Bai Ming exclaimed again. The will of death. Yi Xian had encountered it once before, and that was when he was born from the immortal corpse king in the land of the dead. Yi Xian still remembered that when he killed the immortal corpse king, an eye of death appeared and absorbed the will of death. Not only that, but it also almost killed him. If Mini Sky Dragon had not sensed it, he would have lost 2 of his doppelgangers. It's indeed a good loot. Alright, I'll subdue you. When Wei Zhentian said that just now, Yi Xian was a little reluctant. After all, it was just one devour point. But now, he had made up his mind. A good loot could bring him a lot of convenience. As long as a few skills appeared, he would be able to redeem them and get devour points. One devour point was not a loss. Whoosh! A red array appeared under Yi Xian's feet. At the same time, a similar array appeared under the Skeleton King's feet. Begin the contract. This master-servant contract was a little coercive, so the Skeleton King was very resistant. It directly let the resurrected corpses pounce on Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not move now. Fortunately, there were people guarding him. Die, all of you. The old tree directly attacked and burned all the corpses near Yi Xian to ashes. This time, the process of forming the contract was a little slow. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, Bai Ming and the others were stunned. Yi Xian was actually subduing the Skeleton King. That was 3 realms higher than him. Before they could recover from their shock, the array disappeared. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Skeleton King subdued successfully. The 4th loot, Skeleton King. Before Yi Xian could rejoice, he heard the 2nd system prompt. Ding! The skeletal monarch can become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. After becoming a lifelong treasure, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian can share the same level and bloodline as other lifelong treasures. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian's strength will double when fighting together. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little shocked. This Skeleton King could become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Wasn't that a little brother? A little brother could share the level and bloodline of the big brother. When the 2 of them fight together, the strength of both sides will be doubled. Holy **T. No wonder Wei Zhentian wanted Yi Xian to tame the Skeleton King. It turned out that it was so awesome. This time, he was really in luck. At that moment, Yi Xian agreed to let the Skeleton King become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Just the attributes of the treasure alone saved Yi Xian some devour points. In this way, the Skeleton King would be immortal like Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Skeleton King has become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. The system prompted again. However, this was not all good, because Yi Xian saw that the Skeleton King's level was directly reduced to the 7th tier of Profound Death Realm, the same level as Wei Zhentian. After all, Wei Zhentian was the big brother. How could a little brother surpass his big brother? However, Yi Xian did not care so much. He said in his mind, Skeleton King, your nickname will be Rib Bone. Follow Wei Zhentian. The Skeleton King could not speak, but its 2 ghostly fire-like eyes flickered twice. Come, let's combine. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into a 1 meter wide and 3 meters long greatsword. Chapter 1500. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the fusion was simple, there were some changes to the Skeletal King's armor. The dark gray armor suddenly glowed with a demonic luster, and its aura suddenly doubled. Indeed, its combat strength had increased. Moreover, Yi Xian had the unicorn deterrent skill, which doubled the attributes of the target. It was simply godly. Come, old tree, let's have a fight. Yi Xian said to old tree. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Little Tian actually has underlings. Let me have a go at you guys. Old tree's eyes lit up, and he instantly flashed behind the Skeletal King. When he launched a sneak attack on the Skeletal King was at the peak of 9th tier Profound Death Realm. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also affected by the Profound Death Chi. This time, the Skeletal King had fallen to 7th tier Profound Death Realm. He wondered what would happen. Boom! Old Tree threw a punch at the back of the Skeletal King. Even with his full strength, he still could not break through the Skeletal King's defense. The Skeletal King's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, it stepped forward with its right foot, turned around quickly, and swung its sword. Pfft! The heaven-shaking greatsword was extremely powerful. It directly cut the old tree into 2. Its speed had exceeded the old tree's reaction time. With the unicorn deterrent skill, Wei Zhentian and the Skeletal King could double their combat strength. In addition to the effect of their lifetime treasure, their combat strength had increased by 3 times. The Skeletal King was originally known for its defense. Now that all of its attributes had increased, its defense had reached an astonishing level. In addition to the immortal phoenix bloodline, it was like an unkillable cockroach. Even the old tree, who was a tier higher than them, did not gain any advantage. He was even cut in half at the waist. That sword seemed ordinary, but in fact, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xian estimated that even a 9th-tier profound death realm expert would not be able to take it head-on. Fortunately, Old Tree also had the immortal phoenix bloodline, so he quickly recovered. Profit. What a huge profit. Yi Xian was so overjoyed that he forgot to look at the skeletal monarch's skill. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at it. The skeletal monarch had a total of 4 skills: Elegy of Souls, Undying Battle Soul, Grip of the Underworld, and Evil Descends. Elegy of Souls was a passive skill. As long as Yi Xian and the skeletal monarch killed a player, the Elegy of Souls would stack up and increase the skeletal monarch's combat power by a percentage. Under the Elegy of Souls, there was an active skill called Army of the Dead, which consumed a large amount of souls. This was the effect of the Will of Death, which resurrected corpses to do battle. The higher the number of souls, the higher the skeletal monarch's attributes would be. Once he used the Undead Army, the Elegy of Souls attributes would decrease. The Undying Battle Soul's explanation was simple. It doubled the skeletal monarch's attributes and could be used once a day. Grip of the Underworld was a powerful control skill. It could be used once a day to grab someone in front of it. Evil Descends was an aura skill. As long as the skeletal monarch was present, Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree would have their speed and recovery increased. These were the 4 skills of the skeletal monarch. In addition, there was also a fusion skill that would appear after it merged with Wei Zhentian. Sky-shattering meteor slash. Needless to say, this skill was a powerful attack skill. Moreover, it did not have a cooldown. It was similar to Unicorn's Descent, which required Yi Xian to consume ores or weapons to recover. At the same time, under the fusion state, the Undying Battle Soul's attributes would increase, which would also affect Wei Zhentian. If activated, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian would be able to exhibit 4 times their combat power. It could only be described as terrifying. I really got the wrong item this time. This is too good. Yi Xian could not help but laugh a few times. Only rare and precious treasures would have skills after being subdued. Not only did the skeletal monarch have skills, but it also had many of them. It was very practical. If the Elegy of Souls was stacked, the skeletal monarch's combat power would be extremely powerful. The reason why the corpses suddenly came to life was the effect of the Army of the Dead. However, after the skeletal monarch was subdued, the Army of the Dead could still be used. It was not bad. Since they are already dead, let them rest in peace. Yi Xian ordered the ribs. Plop. 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 Without a leader, the walking corpses fell to the ground one by one. This trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb was indeed a good one. Not only had his strength increased significantly, he had even subdued such an awesome monster. If he could have such a handsome monster following behind him when he went shopping in the future, he would definitely be able to look cool. Young master, you have made a big profit this time. I reckon that if we were to fight, I am afraid that I would not be able to defeat them. Old Tree could not help but laugh. He was at the 8th tier of the Profound Death Realm, but he could not defeat the skeletal monarch at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm. It was embarrassing. However, now that the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian were in a merged state, both of their attributes had doubled. It was normal that he could not defeat them. If they were to disintegrate, it would be hard to say who would win if the old tree and the skeletal monarch fought one-on-one again. Ribs, why are you in this sarcophagus? Where is the owner of this tomb? Yi Xian asked. The skeletal monarch could not speak, but it could communicate with Yi Xian through voice transmission like Wei Zhentian. Of course, only Yi Xian, the owner, could understand what it was saying. Oh, you are saying that you jumped levels and fought one-on-one with that monster, but you were unexpectedly captured by her. She wanted to subdue you, but you were unwilling to submit, so you were sealed here? Yi Xian immediately understood. The monster that the skeletal monarch mentioned was the owner of the mystic moon tomb, Qi Xianyue, who was also the sister of the reincarnator Qi Tianrui. Yi Xian previously thought that this was an inheritance left behind by Qi Xianyue, but it turned out that it was nothing. If an ordinary person entered this place, not only would they not gain any benefits, they would also be killed and die here. However, this was a huge benefit for Yi Xian. Alright, I will definitely kill that monster when I see her in the future and avenge you. Yi Xian nodded at the skeletal monarch. The latter hated Qi Xianyue to the bone. After all, she had been sealed here for thousands of years. Congratulations, my lord. Bai Ming and the others immediately came up to him with a fawning expression. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they did not expect that such a powerful skeletal monarch would be subdued by Yi Xian. It was simply a miracle. The skeletal monarch, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm, was probably not inferior to a samsara realm expert. Yi Xian had gained a powerful combat force by subduing it. Ha, thank you. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Chapter 1501. However, this time, it was not the eye of reincarnation, but the eye of death. The eye of death. Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately exclaimed. The eye of death was also a rare eye in the world. It was said that there was only one in the entire land of reincarnation. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Why? However, the most shocked person was Yi Xian. The three eyes of reincarnation of the Reincarnation City Master, Reincarnation Supremacy, and Reincarnation Fox were all the same. This eye of death was probably the same. However, he felt that he had seen this eye of death before. Yes, it was the one he saw in the land of the dead. Yi Xian was sure of it. A sudden killing intent rose spontaneously from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian recalled the scene when he was almost killed by the eye of death. If Mini Sky Dragon had not arrived, he would have been killed. However, the eye of death appeared after the death of the immortal Corpse King. Why did it appear again now? While he was in shock, a figure suddenly condensed under the eye of death. It was a woman in a milky white dress. I didn't expect that someone would help you break the seal. The woman spoke slowly. Her gaze fell on the skeletal king. After seeing the woman in white, the skeleton king could not help but roar loudly despite not being able to speak. This woman was Qi Xianyue, who had sealed him for thousands of years. Yi Xian also immediately reacted. It was truly a narrow road. The skeleton emperor's enemy was actually the same as him. Now, they were facing each other. Killing one person could end two grudges. I gave you several thousand years to consider. In these several thousand years, although your strength has regressed, your temper has become even worse. Qi Xianyue could not help but snort coldly and said, Now that I have the eye of death, as long as you follow me, you will be immortal and reach a realm you can't imagine. Roar! The skeleton king did not fall for this trick and roared again. Although Qi Xianyue did not know what he was saying, she knew that he was rejecting her. She continued, ignorant. In that case, you can stay here for thousands of years. After saying that, the stone coffin lid suddenly flew up, and the skeleton king was forcibly suppressed back into the stone coffin. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately sent the skeletal king into the planting space. What a joke! Rib Bones was now his subordinate, how could he be sealed again? The disappearance of the skeletal king shocked Qi Xianyue. In the next moment, a strong pressure was exerted on Yi Xian and the others, immobilizing them. Strong. Too strong. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He had experienced this feeling several times already. Last time, he was suppressed by Yi Wen, causing him to explode his eyes and destroy his 2 clones. Could it be that he was going to repeat the same mistake this time? However, even if he lost 2 avatars, it was worth it to save the Skeleton King. Who did that? To be able to make the Skeleton King disappear under my nose, who is it? Qi Xianyue narrowed her eyes and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. These people were only at the profound death realm. In her eyes, they were all ants. Bai Ming knew that Qi Xianyue was not to be trifled with, so he quickly said, I am Bai Ming from the Bai family of the 100 Fox Manor. May I know what you are talking about? He knew that the disappearance of the Skeleton King was related to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. No matter how strong Qi Xianyue was, she could not be stronger than the reincarnation fox, right? The 100 Fox Manor. Humph, I did not violate the rules of the profound death battlefield. Even if I kill you, they can't do anything to me. Qi Xianyue was not happy that Bai Ming used the 100 Fox Manor to pressure her. After a cold snort, Bai Ming's body began to decay. In the blink of an eye, only half of his body was left. Although Bai Ming was at the 7th profound death realm, he was nothing in front of Qi Xianyue. The profound life qi in his body was suppressed and could not be restored. However, Qi Xianyue did not want to provoke the Bai family, let alone the 100 Fox Manor. Therefore, she showed mercy. Otherwise, Bai Ming would have been turned into nothingness. Speak, who was it? Qi Xianyue said sternly. She had always wanted to tame the Skeleton King. She would come here once every 100 years, but every time, she would fail. In fact, the reason why she built this tomb was to give the Skeleton King some toys. Anyway, anyone who entered would be killed by the Skeleton King. Once the seal on the Skeleton King was broken, she would know. Then, she would seal it again to weaken the Skeleton King's arrogance. Now, the Skeleton King had disappeared right under her nose. This was the first time this had happened in thousands of years. Although Yi Xian hated Qi Xianyue, he knew that he did not have the strength now. If he acted rashly, he would have to bear the risk of losing 2 of his doppelgangers. Humph, since you don't want to speak, then die one by one. Qi Xianyue snorted coldly. Then Yi Xian and the others' bodies began to decay. Senior, please spare our lives. We don't know, Song Qingxing hurriedly shouted. However, Qi Xianyue did not buy it. Since they did not know, she would vent her anger on them. It's me. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. Qi Xianyue turned her head and found that the person who spoke was a bald old man, the old tree. It's you. Where did you take him? Qi Xianyue asked in an interrogative tone. I have a space magic, but I don't want to tell you. Kill me if you have the guts. The old tree replied. He was trying to draw the calamity onto himself. After all, he was immortal and indestructible. Although the eyes of death could kill people, they could not hold him hostage. Yi Xian was here now, so he was not afraid. You're courting death. Qi Xianyue was furious. She directly destroyed the old tree, leaving only half of his body and limbs. However, the next moment, she was shocked because she saw that the old tree's body was recovering while decaying. How was this possible? She had suppressed the mysterious life qi in everyone present. How could he recover? The next moment, she found that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life qi. Instead, it was some other strange energy. However, she only knew that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life chi, but she did not know what that energy was. You're quite capable. Since you don't want to tell me, then, Qi Xianyue was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly saw that Yi Xian's body was also intact. Seeing that Qi Xuanyue's gaze fell on him, Yi Xian's body could not help but tremble. It seemed that this was troublesome. However, it was not that troublesome because the immortal phoenix bloodline in Yi Xian's body could recover faster than the speed of decay. How can you resist my will of death? Qi Xianyue asked curiously. It's none of your business. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly scolded her. Chapter 1502. What did you say? Qi Xuanyue's eyes widened as if she had misheard him. A puny sixth-tier profound death realm martial artist dared to scold her. He was courting death. However, in her current state, the will of death could not kill Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. You stinking B***TCH, I'm the one who hid the Skeleton King. Bite me. When Yi Xian discovered this, he immediately started cursing. Bai Ming and the others behind him were shocked. As expected of someone who knew the reincarnation fox. How courageous. Bastard. Qi Xuanyue's eyes flickered. She saw that she could not do anything to Yi Xian. His fingers had just disappeared, but they recovered in the next moment. What kind of recovery speed was that? The old tree had the immortal phoenix bloodline, and so did Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the unicorn true qi was circulating in his body. The unicorn true qi was the combination of the eye of glory and the eye of destruction. The eye of glory had the ability to increase the damage of dead creatures. Therefore, the speed of Yi Xian's decay was much slower than the old tree's. How could anything happen to him when the old tree was fine? Who are you? Qi Xianyue could not help but ask. Guess. If you guess correctly, I'll summon the Skeleton King. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Since his opponent could not do anything to him, what was there to be afraid of? What a joke. What a sharp-tongued brat. Do you know who I am? Qi Xianyue asked. Guess again. Yi Xian chuckled. Before Qi Xianyue could say anything, Bai Ming behind Yi Xian explained, one of the three overlords of the Xian Death Battlefield, the Death Abyss Overlord. I didn't expect you to know me. However, you're wrong. I'm the strongest expert in the Xian Death Battlefield. The other two are no match for me. Qi Xianyue said arrogantly, as long as I don't break the rules of the Xian Death Battlefield, your 100 Fox Manor can't do anything to me. That may be so, but I'm still from the Bai clan. Do you think you're invincible among your peers? 100 Fox Manor, any random expert from the Bai clan could easily kill you. You're from the Xian Death Abyss Battlefield. Bai Ming suddenly mocking her. Qi Xianyue was only at the third level of the Samsara realm. Therefore, she could only reign supreme in the profound death battlefield, where the upper limit was the third level of the profound death stage. Once she entered the rotating chakra battlefield, any passerby would have the strength to kill her. 2. You. When Qi Xianyue heard Bai Ming's words, she clenched her teeth in anger. This was the first time someone had called her a piece of trash. What about you? Although there are rules in the Xian Death Battlefield, my Bai clan can still send 10 Xian Death Abyss Realm experts. You might not even be able to defeat one. What's wrong with calling you a piece of trash? Bai Ming continued to mock her. Yi Xian was speechless. It was so good to have a strong background. He was envious that Qi Xianyue could even scold experts. Good, very good. Although I can't touch you, these ants can't be from the 100 Fox Manor, right? Qi Xuanyue's eyes flashed. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Xian and Bai Ming's expressions changed. Using their spiritual senses, they sensed that Song Qingxing and the others' bodies were rapidly disintegrating. "Senior, please spare my life," Song Qingxing begged for mercy. "Stop!" Bai Ming and Yi Xian shouted at the same time. Unfortunately, Qi Xianyue was still angry. Yi Xian and the old tree were just projections. She could do nothing to them. Bai Ming had a strong background. She could not touch him either. As for Song Qingxing and the other two, how could she not touch them? In an instant, Song Qingxing and the other two were disintegrated by her will of death. They turned into nothingness. Even their interspatial rings disappeared. This was the consequence of angering her. Although she was afraid of the 100 Fox Manor, she was not without a temper. If she did not kill a few people to vent her anger, this anger would continue to weigh on her heart. When Yi Xian sensed that Song Qingxing and the other two's auras had disappeared, he immediately cursed, "Bastard! Come at me if you have the guts." "Humph!" Qi Xianyue snorted and said, "Fine, I'll suppress you here. When I catch you, I hope you can still be as stubborn as you are now." As soon as she finished speaking, her original body had already sent people to capture Yi Xian and the others. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed like they were in trouble this time. He thought that Qi Xianyue would give up and leave after knowing that she could not do anything to them. "Since you want to do this, you should be prepared to be destroyed," Bai Ming said in a threatening tone. "You don't have to worry about this." Qi Xianyue continued to snort. Although she was only at the 3rd level of the samsara realm and was like an ant in the eyes of those experts, no one in the profound death battlefield could threaten her. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly spread out. Yi Xian and the others looked up and saw that another huge eyeball had appeared and was facing Qi Xuanyue's eye of death. "This is the eye of all things." Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. This huge eye was the eye of all things that he had seen that day. That day, a 3rd-level profound death realm expert had attacked him in the profound life battlefield and was killed by this eye of all things. He did not know if it was the same one. As the eye of all things appeared, Qi Xianyue could not help but tremble. "Why did this damn thing appear?" "It's you. What are you doing here?" "I did not break the rules of the profound death battlefield," Qi Xianyue shouted angrily. Then, the eye of all things condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man. "Indeed, you did not break the rules. However, you want to attack the people of the 100 Fox Manor. Am I supposed to just watch and do nothing?" The middle-aged man looked disdainful and said, "Even the other 2 managers do not dare to do so. Where did you get the guts?" Scram! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the eyes of death vanished into thin air, disappearing from the world. Overbearing. However, this middle-aged man had overbearing strength. A mere 3rd-level samsara realm expert dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He was courting death. Yi Xian and the other 2 were shocked. Qi Xianyue, who had suppressed them to the point of suffocation, was instantly killed by the middle-aged man. This scene happened so suddenly that they had yet to recover from their shock. As the eye of death disappeared, the pressure on Yi Xian and the other 2 also disappeared and they regained their mobility. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Xian and Bai Ming hurriedly said. "No worries." After the middle-aged man said these 2 words, he disappeared along with the eye of all things. There were only 3 people left in the Xianyu tomb. Chapter 1503. Ding! Host has triggered the revenge quest, kill Qi Xianyue. Do you accept? The system notification surprised Yi Xian. He remembered that the last revenge quest required him to kill Mo Shui. He didn't expect it to be so long ago. Accept. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and accepted this revenge mission. The reward for the revenge quest wasn't displayed, which meant that it would change according to certain factors, such as the speed of completing the quest. Actually, Yi Xian wanted to tell Qi Xianyue a fact, and that was about Qi Xuanyue's brother, Qi Tianrui. Qi Xianyue probably didn't expect that her brother had found this tomb chamber, let alone that her brother was already dead. The burnt corpse in the north of the palace was actually Qi Tianrui. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death were instantly destroyed, so Yi Xian didn't have time to tell her. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait until he saw Qi Xianyue again. He wondered what kind of expression Qi Xianyue would have when the time came. Let's leave first. After accepting the revenge quest, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the Xianyue tomb chamber with the old tree and Bai Ming. Although the eyes of death and Qi Xianyue had been defeated by the mysterious middle-aged man, Yi Xian decided to leave first just in case. No matter how powerful Qi Xianyue was, she couldn't chase after them. After all, she only appeared because the Skeleton King's seal was broken. After they were safe, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, who was that senior just now? Bai Ming replied, that senior was appointed by my 100 Fox Manor to manage the Xian Death battlefield. He monitors the entire Xian Death battlefield through the eyes of Myriad. If anyone violates the rules, they will be obliterated. I see. So there are two other managers on the Samsara Venerable and Samsara City Master's side. Yi Xian asked again. Yes, the other two also have the eyes of myriad forms. The eyes of myriad forms is a relatively common eye. Bai Ming nodded. Indeed, the eyes of myriad were very common. Yi Xian encountered two pairs of them while chasing after the Xian Ming duo. The eye of death is also rather rare. It is said that the Lord of the Abyss of Death obtained it from a heavenly beast of death. As for the eye of reincarnation, I heard that the master of Samsara City got it after killing the heaven-reaching beast. Seeing that Yi Xian was interested, Bai Ming continued. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. What? The master of Samsara City. What about your Manor Lord and Venerable Samsara? Our Manor Lord is a fox of reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation is formed by itself. As for the reincarnation Venerable who rose in the past 20 years, I don't know where his reincarnation eye came from. However, it is said that the reincarnation Venerable condensed it himself, so he has superior reincarnation ability, Bai Ming replied. The eye of reincarnation obtained from killing heaven-reaching beasts was naturally inferior to the eye of reincarnation formed by oneself. This was not difficult to understand. Therefore, reincarnation Venerable and reincarnation Fox had the same level of reincarnation eye. As for reincarnation City Lord, he was slightly weaker. Reincarnation Venerable? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. When the first eye of reincarnation appeared, the base of the life and death plate in the planting space suddenly shook violently. In the land of reincarnation, when Yi Xian was still in the longevity realm, the base of the life and death plate in the Red Flame Mountain range suddenly appeared after the reincarnation Venerable appeared. Could it be? Right, the reincarnation Venerable appeared at about the same time as the Xianming duo demons reincarnated using the life and death plate. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the reincarnation Venerable was the life and death plate? So, his two appearances caused the base of the life and death plate to change. However, the life and death plate was only a divine artifact. Some divine artifacts seem to give birth to artifact spirits. The reincarnation Venerable might be the life and death plate. After the Xianming duo demons reincarnated, it cultivated a physical body and then left. Yi Xian thought about it and realized that it was really possible. However, the reincarnation Venerable was one of the three great leaders in the land of reincarnation. He was not someone he could come into contact with now. Furthermore, the reincarnation Venerable did not have any enmity with him. He would think about it after he met the reincarnation Venerable. Right now, he had to take revenge first. The eye of death, Qi Xianyue. Bai Ming, I will take revenge personally this time. I will take my leave first. Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, who was beside him. All right, please be careful, my lord. Bai Ming did not ask further and only cupped his fists respectfully. He also wanted to take revenge for the auction house owner, but Qi Xianyue was not someone he could defeat now, so he could only put it aside for now. Then, Yi Xian left directly. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to go to the north because Qi Xianyue was in the Reincarnation Venerable's territory. This time, Yi Xian was going to enter the enemy's camp to kill. Among the spoils of war just now, he had obtained a map. There was a teleportation point somewhere in the north of Tianluo City that could teleport him to the edge of the camp. This place was called Lingxi City and the teleportation point was near Lingxi City. However, there was a fee to use this teleportation point. Immediately, Yi Xian started to hurry. Now that he had subdued the Skeletal King, he directly sent the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian to hunt heaven-reaching beasts to increase his strength and recover Unicorn's descent. At the same time, he could also increase the Elegy of Souls buff. In order to form a contract with the Skeletal King, he had spent 1 Devour point. Now, he only had 2 Devour points left. Therefore, he wanted to find a chance to increase his killing intent points to the upper limit. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to gather 9 Devour points and fuse 2 combat bloodlines? Lingxi City was quite a distance away from Tianluo City. However, Yi Xian was at the 6th tier of the Profound Death Realm. Using the Shadow Step and Agility buff, he only took a day to reach the city. In this day, Wei Zhentian, Rib Bone and Old Tree killed many heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian's killing intent points increased by a large margin. However, the Elegy of Souls of the Skeletal King only increased the buff by 1/10,000th. 1/10,000th in a day, 1/10,000th in 10 days, and 100th in 100 days. Although the Elegy of Souls was a divine skill, it did not have much effect in the beginning. Moreover, the Elegy of Souls would change according to the level of the Skeletal King and Yi Xian. If the Skeletal King was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm, the buff would only be 1/10,000th in a day. Simply put, when one's level increased, one would have to kill stronger monsters. Fortunately, they were only killing heaven-reaching beasts today. If they were to meet some ignorant family or faction, the Elegy of Souls would be able to level up quickly. Chapter 1504. The Skeletal King was simply a heaven-defying monster. Yi Xian felt that even if he had to spend 3 Devour points on the contract, it was definitely worth it. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had already arrived at Spirit West City. The next step was to find the teleportation array and teleport to the edge of the camp. Let's go. Ribs, follow me on the streets. When Yi Xian entered Spirit West City, he used the Eye of the Void to summon the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian back. A 2-meter-tall armored man holding a 3-meter-long heaven-shaking sword would attract a lot of attention as he walked on the streets. Of course, Yi Xian, who was walking in front of the Skeletal King, was the center of attention. A few sharp-eyed martial artists recognized it and exclaimed, "Damn, it's the rare Skeletal King. Who is that person? He actually tamed a Skeletal King." When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Skeletal King is a rare beast that is hard to come by in thousands of years. Its combat power is incomparably strong. I have never heard of a Skeletal King being tamed in history. That young man is only at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. What ability does he have to tame a 7th level Profound Death Realm Skeletal King? Shoo, look at his ostentatious appearance. He might have a great background. The elders of his family must have helped him tame it or send it to protect him. Guard. Isn't that bald old man a guard? This Skeletal King seems to be able to evolve. As long as it can obtain the White Bone Gold Essence Jade, it is said that it can be upgraded to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. What a joke. What is the White Bone Gold Essence Jade? It is a material used to forge 8th-level divine weapons. That's right. Why is this skeletal king different from the rumors? Its rock armor has such a luster. Could it have mutated once? It is said that a skeletal king appeared thousands of years ago. It was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death realm. At that time, it caused a huge commotion. Many forces wanted to tame it. Even some Sara realm experts tried, but no one succeeded. That skeletal king could be said to kill wherever it went. Just mentioning its name would make people tremble in fear. In the end, no one knew why it disappeared. The people around them were really well informed. Along the way, Yi Xian heard a lot of interesting things. I didn't expect the skeleton king to be able to advance. Not bad. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the skeletal monarch wanted to become a ghost dome great emperor, it could refine the white bone golden essence jade. At that time, the skeletal monarch would become even stronger. At the same time, the skeleton king mentioned by the passerby thousands of years ago was actually the rib that Yi Xian had just subdued. However, since rib bones had become Wei Xintian's underling, his cultivation level had dropped to the 7th level of the profound death stage. Therefore, no one would associate him with the skeleton king from several thousand years ago. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian arrived in front of the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw this, they almost peed in their pants. Damn, it was actually the skeleton king. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The 7th level profound death stage guard captain greeted him and asked in shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the skeleton king. When the skeleton king glared at him with its ghastly eyes, the guard captain was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look at him again. I want to use the teleportation array. Please inform me. Yi Xian replied directly. Oh, okay, I'll inform the head steward. The guard captain nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. He was at the 7th level of the profound death stage while Yi Xian was at the 6th level of the profound death stage. However, Yi Xian, who had a 7th level profound death stage skeleton king and an 8th level profound death stage elder protecting him, definitely had a great background. He couldn't handle such a lineup. Behind Yi Xian, there were many people who came to watch the show and worship the skeleton king. When they heard that Yi Xian wanted to use the teleportation array, they immediately understood that he was going to the north to train. What an unfortunate timing. The teleportation array was destroyed a few days ago. I heard that it's still under repair. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a few more days. That's right. Some time ago, a peak profound death stage expert snuck in and destroyed the teleportation array before leaving. The city lord was so angry that he blew his beard. It must be someone from the north. The surrounding crowd whispered again. However, Yi Xian heard them. What? The teleportation array was destroyed and it's still under repair. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Such a good thing happened to him. Did he have to travel by himself? Although his speed was fast, it would take him at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. It was too wasteful. Soon, an old man at the 8th level of the profound death stage walked out. When he heard about the skeleton king, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Sir, this old man is the head steward of the city lord's mansion. I heard that you want to use the teleportation array. The elder asked. That's right. However, I also heard that the teleportation array was destroyed. I wonder how long it will take to repair it. Yi Xian nodded and replied. The elder paused and continued, the array experts in my city lord's mansion are already repairing it. It will take 2 days. If you want to use the teleportation array, you can stay in the city lord's mansion first. Thank you for your kindness. However, I'll come back in 2 days. Yi Xian directly refused. It was too wasteful to let him stay in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. He had to make use of these 2 days. The old man didn't try to persuade him to stay. He just watched Yi Xian leave, but his gaze was more focused on the Skeleton King. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He quickly turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. This Skeleton King, could it be? The elder thought of a terrifying possibility and directly found the city lord of Spirit West City. Head steward, why are you in such a hurry? The city lord of Spirit West City was dealing with some matters. When he saw the anxious expression on the head steward's face, he could not help but ask. City lord, a person came from outside and wanted to use the teleportation array. The head steward said. Isn't the teleportation array being repaired? Why do you have to report this to me? The city lord of Spirit West City was very surprised. He had to deal with many things every day. If such a small matter had to be reported to him, he would be annoyed to death. No, city lord. The most important thing is that behind that person, there is a 7th level profound Death Realm Skeleton King. The head steward of the city lord's mansion told the city lord the truth. What? Skeleton King. The city lord of Spirit West City was shocked. The Skeleton King was a rare heaven-connecting beast with outstanding combat strength. A few thousand years ago, there was a Skeleton King. Even a Samsara realm expert could not do anything to it. Not only that, the Skeleton King had even killed a Samsara realm expert. Chapter 1505. One had to know that the Shiman family's ancestor was at the Samsara realm. Even such an expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound Death Realm. It could be seen how powerful the Skeletal King was. Moreover, more than one Samsara realm expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King. Where did that person come from? Has the Skeletal King been subdued? The Spirit West City Lord asked again. That person is only at the 6th tier of the profound Death Realm. However, he has an 8th tier profound Death Realm guard. I don't know where he came from. As for the Skeletal King, in my opinion, it should have been subdued by that person. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward replied. Regardless of whether it has been subdued or not, send someone to follow him and investigate his identity. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he prepared to send experts to follow him. But at this time, the city governor's mansion's chief steward suddenly took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to the city governor of Lingxi City. He said, City Governor, I found that the Skeleton King just now is a little similar to the one in the portrait. The Spirit West City Lord was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the portrait and found that it was the Skeletal King that had killed the Shiman family's ancestor. In other words, it was the one from thousands of years ago. Now, the City Lord Mansion's chief steward said that the one he saw was very similar to the one in the portrait. How was this possible? Could it be that you saw wrongly? Back then, the Skeletal King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound Death Realm. However, this one is only at the 7th tier of the profound Death Realm. The Spirit West City Lord said doubtfully. The Skeletal King was not an ordinary creature. After thousands of years, it was impossible for its strength to not increase. It was possible that it was at the Samsara realm. 7th tier of the profound Death Realm. Impossible. This. I might have seen wrongly. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward kept the portrait. You can go about your business. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he left directly. Then, he sent 3 experts to follow Yi Xian. He wanted to investigate Yi Xian's background first. If Yi Xian had a background, then he would plan again. If Yi Xian had no background and was just a wild crane, then he would kill Yi Xian and capture the skeletal monarch. The three experts from the city lord's mansion who were sent to tail Yi Xian were all 9th level profound death stage experts. In their opinion, it would not be a problem to capture Yi Xian, let alone tail him. At this time, Yi Xian was strolling around Spirit West City with Luo Luo and the others. Although he wanted to go out and kill monsters to level up, he wasn't in such a hurry. However, after strolling around for a while, he discovered that something was amiss. There were 3 9th layer profound death stage experts following him. Are they here for the Skeleton King? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. There weren't many forces in the Spirit West City that could send out 3 9th stage profound death realm experts at once. The most likely candidate was the city lord's mansion. Since that was the case, Yi Xian ended his leisure time early and sent Luo Luo back to the planting space. Then, he brought Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Rib out of the city. The reason why he brought the skeletal monarch around wasn't to show off, but to carry out a baiting plan. What was a baiting plan? It was to use the skeletal monarch as bait to lure those who had ulterior motives. The skeletal monarch was only at the 7th level of the profound death realm. There would definitely be 8th or 9th level profound death realm experts who had designs on it. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked these kinds of people the most. These people would often come to give him benefits. They were like living lei feng. Therefore, he left the city this time to lure them out. I still need to use the teleportation formation of the city lord's mansion. It's not good to start a massacre. However, if they really provoke me, I'll kill them all, Yi Xian thought to himself. The teleportation formation wasn't important because it would be fine as long as he showed mercy to those formation experts. Moreover, as long as he broke through, the travel time would be greatly reduced. Half a month might even be reduced to 3 days. When the 3 9th level profound death realm experts who were tailing Yi Xian saw Yi Xian leaving the city, they concealed their auras and followed him. After following Yi Xian for more than half an hour, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 3 of you, you've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Yi Xian stopped and said without turning around. His voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of the 3 tailing him. The 3 of them were shocked because Yi Xian hadn't turned around to check since he left the city. Moreover, they were following him outside the range of the 8th level profound death realm expert's spiritual awareness. How did Yi Xian discover them? You're quite capable indeed. The middle-aged man in the lead couldn't help but say. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and faced them. He pretended not to know anything and asked, "What's the matter?" "We're from the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord would like to invite you over for a gathering," the middle-aged man in the lead said. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Xian directly replied, "Oh, what if I don't go?" "If you don't go, then we can only offend you." The middle-aged man deliberately released a wave of pressure. He reckoned that Yi Xian would definitely compromise after seeing their cultivation level. After all, they were 3 9th level profound death realm experts. Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of the profound death realm. He only had an 8th level profound death realm guard and a 7th level profound death realm skeleton monarch. No matter how strong the skeleton monarch was, it couldn't fight against 9th level profound death realm experts, right? Since that's the case, I'll say this first. If you dare to attack me, you'll be in danger of dying. Yi Xian reminded them like a good old man. When these words came out, the 3 experts couldn't help but laugh while holding their stomachs. Danger of dying? How humorous. I've heard about the skeleton monarch for a long time. Today, I'm here to see if the skeleton monarch is as strong as the rumors say. After the middle-aged man in the lead finished speaking, he walked out alone. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Yi Xian and the other 2 experts alone. Sigh, ignorant people. Seeing this, Yi Xian subconsciously shook his head. Since the other party wanted to fight the three of them alone, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. If that's the case, then let's fight, Yi Xian said coldly. When his voice fell, the middle-aged man in the lead also stomped his feet and rushed towards Yi Xian like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, the skeleton monarch's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it rushed out in large strides. The sky-shaking sword in its hand danced, and a slash that contained profound death chi broke through the air. Qilin's deterrence doubled all of his attributes. When combined with Megatron, it doubled all of his attributes again. At this moment, the skeleton monarch could unleash 3 times its combat strength. Originally, it could challenge those of a higher level. Although its cultivation level had dropped, its strength had actually increased. This was because it was too weak when it was at the 7th level of the profound death realm. This sword chi shocked the middle-aged man in the lead. Chapter 1506. Boom! The two energies collided and a shockwave swept out. This time, the two were evenly matched. The middle-aged man and the 2 people behind him were shocked. After all, this was a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Again. The middle-aged man was unwilling to give up and swung his sword again. But this time, the skeletal king suddenly sped up and dodged the sword. Then, it quickly approached the middle-aged man. The skeletal king's strongest point was not its attack, but its defense. Back then, even a Samsara realm expert could not break its armor. Now that all its attributes have been doubled, even a 9th level profound death realm expert would not be able to break it. Therefore, it was best at close combat. While the middle-aged man was stunned, the skeletal king approached him. He knew that he could not fight the skeletal king in close combat, so he quickly swung his sword and jumped away. But at this moment, boom! The skeletal king did not block or dodge. It took the sword head-on and was unscathed. Of course, this was just a casual attack from the middle-aged man. Its power was weaker than before, so it was natural that it could not break the skeletal king's defense. I'll let you see the power of my ribs. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the skeletal king's big hands suddenly stretched out like a claw. Grip of the underworld. A strong suction force enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his heart to tremble. Before he could react, his whole body flew toward the skeletal king. So strong, I can't break away. The middle-aged man was shocked as he watched himself getting closer and closer to the skeletal king. Not good. The other 2 people's expressions changed drastically, and they directly attacked the skeletal king. However, they were still a step too late. Slash! The skeletal king's sword in its right hand suddenly swept out and directly slashed at the middle-aged man who was flying toward it. With a clang, the middle-aged man's weapon was cut in half. Then, there was a crisp sound. Rip! The middle-aged man's head was thrown up, and his face was filled with shock. He would never have thought that he would be killed by the skeletal king in less than 2 seconds. Was this the strength of the skeletal king? If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless and challenged the skeleton king alone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, heard the sound of a system notification in his mind, and his killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, Soul of Elegy's buff had also increased by quite a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was a godly skill that could stack permanently. The more Yi Xian watched the skeletal monarch kill a 9th level profound death realm expert, the more he watched, the more satisfied he was. This underling of Wei Zhentian seemed to be much stronger than Wei Zhentian. Tisk, tsk, tsk. How terrifying. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Old Tree, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than the two ninth-level profound death stage martial artists. The middle-aged man leading the group was stronger than them. However, he had been instantly killed. They even suspected that they were dreaming. "Damn it, go and capture that brat," one of the martial artists said to his companion before charging towards the skeletal monarch. However, he was too naive. He had thought that Old Tree was just an ordinary 8th-level profound death realm expert. Watch this old man take action. Old Tree laughed and immediately unleashed Remnant Flame. Boom! His opponent couldn't react in time and was sent flying with a punch. Fortunately, his profound life chi was vigorous and he instantly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the other person was already fighting with the skeletal monarch. However, this person's body technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had already used its grip of hell, so it couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian stood on the spot and watched the battle between the four of them. An unprecedented confidence rose in his heart. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, and Rib Bone. With these three undying generals around, he didn't even have a chance to attack. However, this wasn't the true strength of the skeletal monarch. "Come, army of the dead!" Yi Xian gave the order to the skeletal monarch in his heart. In the next moment, the skeletal monarch's ghostly eyes flickered twice, and the enhancement of the elegy of souls decreased. Poof! The headless corpse on the ground suddenly trembled. Did it come back to life? This gave the skeletal monarch's opponent a shock. Before he could react, the headless corpse suddenly got up and charged towards him with a sword. Damn it, it really came back to life. This person was scared half to death. How could a headless person get up and fight? If it was a two-headed blazing hound, it would still be able to survive even if it lost one of its heads. However, it was a human in front of him. Most importantly, the strength of this dead person didn't decrease at all. At that moment, it became a 2-on-1 situation. The army of the dead really consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The death of the middle-aged man had increased the enhancement of the elegy of souls by a lot. However, resurrecting him had consumed more souls than what was gained, and by a lot. Yi Xian estimated that he would need to kill at least 2 or 3 people of the same level to resurrect a corpse. Moreover, the resurrection of the dead had a time limit. It was really a bottomless pit. Fortunately, this skill could be used without limit as long as one had a soul. There was no cooldown time, and it could still be used at critical moments. With the addition of the middle-aged man's corpse, the skeletal monarch's opponent was immediately defeated. He was killed by the skeletal monarch in just 3 rounds. On the other side, the 8th-tier profound death stage expert Old Tree also finished off his opponent in 2 seconds. Now, all 3 9th-tier profound death stage experts had fallen. From the beginning until now, the battle had only lasted 5 seconds. This was Yi Xian's current strength. Yi Xian's current strength could only be described as terrifying. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent and the soul pond of the elegy of souls had increased by a lot. He immediately used the strength of all creations to pick up the 3 yin and yang rings. There were many things inside, but it was not enough for Yi Xian to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Old Tree caught his gaze from afar. Through his understanding of Yi Xian, he immediately understood what Yi Xian was going to do next. "Young master, are you going to do something big?" Old Tree raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Although he looked amiable now, the battle intent in his body had already soared to the limit. "Yes, since the Spirit West City Lord has invited us as guests, let's go take a look." Yi Xian nodded. Then, his eyes flickered. He broke through the void and returned to Spirit West City. Moreover, he was directly in front of the Spirit West City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1507. When he saw Yi Xian and the other two emerge from the void door, the guard captain was shocked. What kind of technique is this? Why did they suddenly appear? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately threw the three corpses over and said, "Call your city lord out." When the guard captain and the others saw the three corpses, they were so frightened that they nearly peed their pants. Weren't these three corpses the consecrators of the city lord mansion? These three corpses were all at the 9th level of the profound death realm. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and rushed into the city lord mansion. The entire city lord mansion would be shaken very soon. This time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to raise his killing intent to the upper limit. As expected, half a minute after the guard captain rushed into the city lord mansion, many people jumped out. Most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the profound death realm. One of the 9th level profound death realm experts was the city lord of Lingxi City, Shimen Yi, who had sent 3 people to tail Yi Xian. 3 consecrators. Shimen Yi glanced at the 3 corpses at the entrance of the city lord mansion and his heart trembled. Every 9th level profound death realm consecrator was the foundation of the Shimen clan. Now that 3 of them had died, Shimen Yi was extremely heartbroken. You killed them. Shimen Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and shouted angrily. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and said, City Lord Shimen, didn't you invite me here? I merely rejected your invitation. These 3 people wanted to capture me and bring me to your city lord mansion. Of course, I warned them beforehand that they would die if they attacked me. Shimen Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Now that the other party had come to him, he would make Yi Xian pay the price. Go, capture him. Shimen Yi shouted angrily. In an instant, many experts swooped down. Since the 3 9th level profound death realm consecrators were dead, the others did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. 15 8th level profound death stage experts and 6 9th level profound death stage experts. This was more than enough to deal with a samsara stage expert. Despite being besieged by so many experts, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. He stretched his muscles and took out the scarlet flame sword. A feast of slaughter. Kill. In an instant, the skeletal monarch charged out with its heaven-shaking greatsword and activated a skill. Undying Fighting Soul. Activating the Undying Battle Soul, the skeletal monarch and Wei Xintian's attributes doubled. Old Tree immediately appeared. His mission was to quickly kill the 8th level profound death realm martial artist. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't stay idle this time either. Being at the 6th level of the profound death stage, it would be easy for him to deal with someone at the 8th level of the profound death stage. As long as the Feast of Slaughter was increased, killing a 9th level profound death stage expert would be as easy as killing a chicken. In just the first wave of attacks, the Skeletal King had used the eruption of its undying fighting soul to swiftly kill a 9th level profound death realm expert. The Feast of Slaughter's buff increased by 20%. Dark Night Sky Curtain. As the sky darkened, he entered the darkness. Yi Xian had the assassination effect, which increased his movement speed and attack power. Coupled with the skeletal monarch's evil descent passive effect, his movement speed increased again. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. No one noticed Yi Xian, who had entered the darkness. He flashed behind an 8th level profound death stage expert and slashed out with his sword. Rip. A head was tossed aside and instantly burned to ashes by the endless flames. When the Spirit West City Lord saw that his side had lost a 9th level profound death stage expert in the first wave of attacks, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva in fear. He then quickly used a special method to send a message to the Shimen clan's old ancestor. Did he send a message? Yi Xian noticed his actions and immediately placed a death hunt command on him. He then quietly flashed behind the Shiman clan's old ancestor. Eye of assassination. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. This sword was like a hot knife through butter. The Spirit West City Lord was at the back. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear behind him and launch a sneak attack. In an instant, the Spirit West City Lord's head was chopped off. As for the Qian Kuan ring, it fell into the hands of Yi Xian. A city lord would definitely have many good items in his Qian Kuan ring. Yi Xian checked it and revealed a satisfied smile. The items in this Qian Kuan ring were enough for him to break through to the 7th level of profound death stage. However, he didn't directly consume them all. Instead, he chose to consume them selectively. This was because he planned to reach the upper limit of his killing intent points and use them to exchange for devour points. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 8th level of profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal Monarch has broken through. Currently at 8th level of profound death stage. 2 system notifications rang. 2 warlords had broken through. Yi Xian was also on the verge of breaking through. Just nice. After breaking through, the combined strength of the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Zhentian increased by several times. No one could withstand a single strike from them. The group of experts was instantly killed. The killing feast's amplification continued to increase. It directly broke through the threshold of 1 time and reached 1.5 times. The commotion was so great that it had spread throughout the entire City Lord mansion. The 2 old ancestors of the Shiman family heard the commotion and quickly rushed out. Stop! One of the old ancestors of the Shiman family roared at the sky, trying to stop Yi Xian. A Samsara stage expert, Yi Xian looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but smile. Thousands of years ago, the Shiman family tried to subdue the Skeletal Monarch. Not only did a large number of experts fall, but even the only Samsara stage expert of the Shiman family was killed by the Skeletal Monarch. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, the Shiman family didn't decline because of this. Instead, they produced 2 Samsara stage experts. This was considered good. It was a pity that they were going to fall today. Before the 2 old ancestors arrived, the Skeletal Monarch, who had broken through, had joined forces with the old tree to kill everyone. When the 2 Samsara stage old ancestors saw the Skeletal Monarch, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Skeletal Monarch. The 2 old ancestors widened their eyes in shock. They naturally knew about the battle back then. It was because the Skeletal Monarch killed the Samsara stage old ancestor that they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint and both of them broke through to the Samsara stage. That was why the Shiman family didn't decline and became even more prosperous. Roar! At this moment, the Skeletal Monarch suddenly roared furiously. Its roar was strong and powerful. When one of the Samsara stage experts heard it, he was shocked again. It's you. He recognized it. He recognized the Skeleton King because he had also participated in that battle back then. However, he was only at the 9th level of the profound death stage back then. When the other old ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he reacted. Impossible, the Skeletal Monarch has been missing for thousands of years. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Chapter 1508. Back then, the Skeleton King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. With its powerful strength, it had killed a large number of profound death realm experts and a few Samsara realm experts before disappearing. The Skeleton King in front of them was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. How could it be the one from thousands of years ago? No, I won't be mistaken. I saw it kill my father with my own eyes. I will never forget that cry. The young Samsara realm expert said firmly. If this is the case, then this time, is the Skeleton King here to seek revenge? Before the other person could speak, Yi Xian said with a smile, "You're right. It's the Skeleton King from thousands of years ago. It's just taking a nap." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the two of them narrowed their eyes. "Humph, it doesn't matter. How dare you kill so many experts from the City Lord Mansion? Today, you'll be buried with them." The young man snorted and pounced toward Yi Xian. As for the other middle-aged man, he also directly attacked. The Skeleton King that had killed a few Samsara realm experts was at the peak of the 9th tier of the Profound Death realm. Now, it was only at the 8th tier of the Profound Death realm. What was there to be afraid of? After all, they were two people working together. Today, he was going to avenge his ancestors. However, they had underestimated the strength of Yi Xian and the other two. "Little Tian, Rib Bone, the two of you deal with one. Old Tree and I will work together." Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Although the Killing Feast's amplification had doubled, he was only at the 6th tier of the Profound Death realm. If he did not make a breakthrough, he might not be able to fight against a Samsara realm expert even if he worked together with Old Tree. Therefore, he still needed help. Army of the Dead. With the souls that he had collected earlier, Yi Xian made the Skeleton King revive two 9th tier Profound Death realm experts to join the battle. What? The young man was shocked. How could a dead person come back to life? However, he could not care less. Kill. On the other side, the Skeleton King that had activated its undying fighting soul was already fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 With 3 times amplification, the Skeleton King and Wei Jintian could unleash 4 times their combat strength. In their first clash, they were not at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Although he wanted to kill the Skeleton King to avenge his ancestors, he had to admit that the Skeleton King was terrifyingly strong. Although this strength was weaker than it was thousands of years ago, in comparison, the strength of the Skeletal King had increased. After all, it was only at the 8th tier of the Profound Death realm. The key was that the Skeleton King was very violent in battle and did not defend at all. His attack could indeed break through the Skeleton King's defense, but in the blink of an eye, the Skeleton King's injuries were healed. The Skeletal King's armor was also a part of his body, and with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, he could recover it in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This middle-aged man reckoned that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Skeleton King, so he could only hope that the youth on the other side would quickly deal with Yi Xian and the others, then join forces with him to kill the Skeleton King. "Ribs, I allow you to use that move." Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the Skeleton King. The move he was referring to was the Skeleton King and Wei Jintian's combined ultimate move, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. The Skeleton King could not hold it in any longer. However, it was not the best time yet. After all, this move could only be used once. It would be a tragedy if it missed. Yi Xian was joining forces with the Old Tree and the other 2 battle corpses to attack the young great ancestor. They were evenly matched in a 4-on-1 situation. Yi Xian had just used Bladestorm and Unicorn's Descent. The former was still on cooldown, while the latter was only at 30%. Hence, they could not be used. In this situation, they could only rely on the Skeleton King and Wei Jintian. The Slaughter Feast's amplification effect was about to end. If they lost, Yi Xian would have to leave temporarily. Yi Xian would wait anyway. The Skeleton King was now at the 8th tier of the Profound Death realm. He had killed countless experts thousands of years ago. This meant that his combat awareness was still good. Right now, he was waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, his ghostly eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the middle-aged man. Body Fusion Technique, Sky-Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. As the Skeleton King waved his hands, a dark gray sword chi broke through the air. What? After feeling this powerful slash, the middle-aged man subconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, he did not have the ability to dodge this slash. Rip! The middle-aged man was instantly cut in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, he was petrified and fell from the sky. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heard the system notification from afar. His killing intent skyrocketed. A Samsara realm expert was killed in an instant. Moreover, the wound was not a vital point. It was only at the waist. Unfortunately, the sky-shattering flowing rock slash did not rely on cutting. Instead, it relied on petrification. The middle-aged man's organs were all petrified. The mysterious life chi could not restore them at all. Hence, he died naturally. This scene shocked everyone. It is indeed powerful. It killed a Samsara realm expert in an instant. Awesome! Yi Xian praised in his heart. Then, the Skeleton King returned with the dead man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Now, it was 5 against 1. Even if the Skeleton King did not use the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, he could still exhaust the Samsara realm expert to death. Now that he had joined the battle with Yi Xian, the middle-aged man would be killed in less than 10 rounds. Damn it, how is this possible? The young man still could not believe his eyes. The middle-aged man, who was stronger than him, had been killed in an instant. This was too unreal. The middle-aged man was a Samsara realm expert. However, the gap between the profound death realm and the Samsara realm was not as big as the gap between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. After all, there was a new type of energy, which was the profound death chi, in order to advance from the profound life realm to the profound death realm. However, advancing from the profound death realm to the Samsara realm only gave one the ability to reincarnate on their own. The benefits of advancing one's cultivation level were not as great as one would expect. The young man's face grew darker as he fought. He was thinking of a way to escape. However, under the siege of 5 people, he could not fight back at all. Just as he turned around, Old Tree appeared in a flash and gave him a punch. Escape? Impossible. I will fight it out with all of you. The young man suddenly went berserk and roared at the sky. The profound life chi and profound death chi in his body surged and gathered in his hand. It was a ball of light. Half of it